Landy pulled the trigger just a little bit earlier on the Pontiac. 139 reaction time for Barrier. Barrier gets there with a 761, 89 miles an hour to an 836 and 84 for John Landola. Bob Hodgson coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Lake Butler in his Chevy pickup truck. He'll up against John Dwayne out of Jacksonville in his 2004 Chevy Camaro. Wheels up start there for John Dwayne. He's up 38 on the tree. Hawks is 158. Dwayne gets there first, 592 at 115 miles an hour, 694 at 97. Bob Hodgson. Reed Ferrara coming up next out of Jacksonville in the 66 GTO. Going up against Tommy Borgia out of Dunellen in the Ford Mustang. Okay, we're going to get a green light start in both lanes. Looks like the GTO will get to the strike first, 651, 104 to a 757 and 88. The Mustang. Ray Northrup coming up next out of Trenton, Florida. And right up against Michael Pergozzi over here in the Ford Maverick out of O'Brien. And Northrup left just a little bit early as he was on 19 on the red side. Pergozzi was a little bit late there. 662, 101 for Northrup, 671 at 99 for the Maverick. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against Frank Bruno out of DeLand, Florida in the Budweiser lane. .017 reaction time for Bass, 046 for Bruno. And Bass gets there first, 713, 96 miles an hour to a 767 at 91 for Bruno. Mike Noble's coming up next. 1984 Dodge Charger over here on the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. Nice carriage probably front end out there a little bit, so keep an eye on him. Going against Tim Nelson over here in Budweiser lane. This is a 1970 Dodge Challenger. He's sporting a Hemi motor underneath the hood. And we're going to clean green light start. 002 for Nobles is 20 for Nelson. And Nelson gets there with a 621 at 110 miles an hour, 650 at 102 for Mike Nobles. Perry Kent coming up next, the Ford Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. And Jeremy Davis will be over here in the Budweiser lane on his bike out of Palm Coast. Okay, Davis pulled the trigger a little bit earlier on the motorcycle. He goes through with a 609 at 120 miles an hour as the Mustang goes 724 at 94. Mel Reisky coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane in the 2000 Chevy Camaro out of Lecanto, Florida. Going up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. Jimmy in the 85 Nova. Watch that. 6:04 reaction time there for Hodges, 0:51 for Bell. Hodges goes through the 6:04 at 112 miles an hour, 6:34 at 108 for Mel Reisky. Paul Allen coming up next in the Ford Maverick out of Middleburg, going up against Travis Marchand. He's out of Keystone Heights in his 69 Camaro. And we got a pair of red line starts here. Looks like Travis will make it to the strike first with a 586 at 115 miles an hour, 698 at 98 miles an hour for Paul Allen. Lee Hauser coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 71 Dodge Dart. Going up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence, Florida, driving the 68 Nova. All right, no 50 reaction time there for Hauser. Clint Wilson got there first as he went 687 at 97 miles an hour to a 716 at 92 for Lee Hauser. Ernie Redfro coming up next in his 1970 Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against the 69 Camaro of D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. John's, Florida. And 002 red for Ernie, 013 red for D. Ernie gets there first, 661, 104 to a 664, 102. Chad King coming up next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane in his Ford Mustang. And 008 reaction, red light start for Chad King. Lindsay's 127. Lindsay will get there first, 641, 108, 767 at 90 miles an hour for Chad King. Chris Courtney coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. It's Pontiac Trans Am going up against the Firebird over here in the Budweiser lane. This is Brandon Williams. All right, Chris gets there first, 705 at 96 miles an hour, 746 at 91 there for Williams. I'll bring up Andy Lindsay next. In his Ford Mustang, going up against DJ Coventry over here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy Camaro. Lindsay goes through with a 670, 100 miles an hour to a 678 at 99 there for DJ. Kevin Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're going against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh, 18 reaction time for Roberts, 045 for Brett. And Kevin's going to get there first. He goes 747 at 92 miles an hour, 820 at 84 for Brett Benjamin. Robert Treadwell coming up next. And he'll up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. low 52's reaction time for Tom Courtney. Treadwell goes through the 618 at 110 miles an hour, 657 at 105 for Tom Courtney. Mark Van Gillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Pete Rugas over there in the Budweiser lane. Pete with that 66 Chevy. Double 02 reaction time for Bart, 020 reaction time for Pete. Pete gets there first, 654, 105 miles an hour to a 669 at 100 for Bart Van Gillian. I'll bring up Phil Green next. He's out of Ocala, the 68 Camaro. Going up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane in that show quality Barracuda. Oh, reaction time for Green. He goes 603 at 111 miles an hour to a 631 for Mike Young. Young at 108 miles an hour. John Connick coming up next. It's the Chevy Monza out of Ocala. Going up against Mike French, also out of Ocala, in his 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, Mike French gets to the stripe first, 633 at 106 miles an hour, 718 at 94 miles an hour for Connick. Okay, got a Mustang coming up over here, H219. And you got Chris French over here in Budweiser lane. He's out of Ocala in his 68 Chevelle. That might be Daniel Mikey over there in the Mustang. French gets over the 624, 109, 645, 108 on the Mustang. Dave Gaspar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. It's an S10 pickup truck. Going against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Gaspar goes through the 662 at 101 miles an hour, 687 at 100 there on the Camaro. Cleve Egerton coming up next. The 72 Dodge Challenger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Roland Alford there in the Budweiser lane out of Glen St. Mary in his 89 S10. All right, Alford goes through the 715 at 93 miles an hour, 772 at 87 for Egerton. Okay, you got the Chevy Colorado coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Kenny Hires is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Hawthorne. Hires is 010 on the tree. 269 there, reaction time on the Colorado. And Hires goes through with a 697 at 99 miles an hour, 850 at 86 miles an hour for the Colorado. All right, that's going to bring up Lee Zaremba and his Barracuda over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against, I believe that's Dan Warren there in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup truck. Okay, so Warren goes through the 645 at 104. 831 and 82 there for Lisa Wimba. Ken Grant coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track at the Chevy Nova. And Darren Stutz, he'll be in the Budweiser lane in the 57 Chevrolet. Okay, red light start there on Stutz. 036 reaction time for Grant. Grant goes through with a 571 at 119 miles an hour, 6 flat at 115 for Stutz. All right, attention into pits, station into pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. You can start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, George Emanuel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 68 Noah. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Here we're up against David Sanko here in the Budweiser lane in his Plymouth Duster. All right, Robbie Hoxton coming up next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we run up against James Turner over there in the Budweiser lane, Keystone Heights. .067 reaction time for Hoxton, .069 for Turner. Hoxton gets their first 613 at 111 miles an hour, 733 at 192 miles an hour for Turner. Rob Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. Leah Tadero is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in her 74 Chevy van. Yeah, red light start for Leah. 070 reaction time for Reynolds. Reynolds going to get their first 612 at 112 miles an hour to a 754 at 90 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. The 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. They're right up against Russell Morris over here in the Budweiser lane in the 87 Oldsmobile. .019 reaction time there for Gaffney at 134 for Morris. Gaffney goes into the 683 at 98, 7 flat at 97 for Morris. Mike Searle coming up next out of Rockledge, Florida in the 81 Chevy wagon. They'll go up against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Ocala in the 75 Duster. All right, Welsh makes it to the strike first, 687 at 97 miles an hour, 701 at 96 for Searle. Scott and Leon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll go up against Larry McClendon out of Beverly Hills over there in the Budweiser lane in his Plymouth. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Okay, McClendon gets there with a 688 at 97 miles an hour, 712 at 95 for Scott and Leon. And they'll bring up James Evans. No 50 reaction time there for Evans. He goes through the 696 at 96 miles an hour. And Aaron Reynolds coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 626 at 106 there for Reynolds.
Someone's down there checking out the track real quick. Looks like we're getting a little mist out there. So we're going to take a break real quick and we'll be right back.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
They're out there drying the track, so I would at least give us about a good 30, 45 minutes if you got some things that you want to do. Go take care of them and hop back on board. Again, probably got about a good 45 minutes before we get back to racing. So, take care of your business, watch a movie, and come back and join us.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Again, we're in a weather delay. Crews are out there drying the track at this moment. This is probably going to take a good 45 minutes, maybe a little longer. So you can just come back and forth to check with us.
What?
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
All right, we're getting back to our time runs. We only have, I think, one car left in Pro Eliminator.
All right, so here we go. We're wrapping up our final cars here in the Pro Eliminator first time session. Brendan George coming up over here in the Mustang. All right, so Brendan pulled the trigger just a hair early on the Ford. It was 608 at 112. And that takes like that wraps up our first time session with Pro Eliminator. And as we're getting ready to start our first time session here in the Super Pro Motorcycles. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, y'all should be in staging lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow into 3 and 4. If you're not in the staging lanes, you need to start making your way now. Alright, so here we go with the Super Pro motorcycles. We got Bob Moats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Ocala. And Samuel Parrish is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Green Coast Springs. Parrish is off with an 011 reaction time. Dom was taking a nap. 543, 127 miles an hour for Parrish, 692 at 100 for Moats. Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Wildwood. And he'll be going along there with Jeremy Davis out of Palm Coast. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Double 05 reaction time there for Leachman, 154 for Scrappy. Leachman gets there with a 564, 120 miles an hour, 587 to 121 for Jeremy Davis. Brings up Larry Berger next. He's out of Jacksonville. And Sandy Rodriguez Jr. out of Bellevue will run over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, green light start there for Sandy Rodriguez. He's 002 to an 011 red light start for Berger. Sandy goes 560 at 120 miles an hour, 835 and 89 here for Larry Berger. Mike Likoski coming up next. He's out of Fleming Island, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Richard Holder out of Jacksonville will be over here in the Budweiser lane. Likoski's 023 to a 005 for Holder. Likoski goes 546 to 122, 555 to 123 there for Richard Holder. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And coming up against Anthony Vieira, out of Palm Coast. Double 02 reaction time there for Anthony. 029 reaction time for Dwayne. Dwayne goes 587 at 119, 617 at 106 for Anthony. He's going to bring up John Up the Road next. He's out of Keystone Heights. And we run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida will run over here in the Budweiser lane. Hagedorn's 026 on the tree to an 064 for John. Hagedorn goes 560 at 121 miles an hour to a 579 at 127 there for Up the Grove. And last one got past me here. We got Kevin Cady coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Katie goes through the 536 at 136 miles an hour. All right, so here we go into Super Pro. And we got Glenn Newman's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track with the little Bego wagon. And David Harris out of McClenny's over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red line start there for Glenn Newman's. Harris is 014 on the tree. He'll get to the stripe first, 478 at 144. His limit goes 733 at 93 miles an hour. John Dwayne coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane out of Jacksonville in his 2004 Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Corky Alford over here in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup out of Glen St. Mary. Okay, John Dwayne goes through the 593, 115 miles an hour. His offer goes 711 at 93. Dick Brown coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Camaro. And he'll be going up against John Hamill over here in the Budweiser lane. Down 3 reaction time there for Hamill, 039 for Brown. Hamill goes through with a 516 at 133, and Brown goes through with a 608 at 111. Adam Ram Dragster 2506 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Mike Young will be over here in the Budweiser lane in the Plymouth Barracuda. Okay, Young's off and running. 184 is his reaction time. He goes 627, 109. And then Dragster goes 607 at 126. Sherby Powell coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. He's having Green Coast Spreads and D. Lichty. He's out in St. John's, Florida. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Sherby's 004 goes 6:58 at 102, and D. Lichty, he goes 5:56:57 at 102. Cody Fry's coming up next. Bryce, something like that. Flying Brian Jones going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's in Orange Park. Okay, Flying Brian's 014 to an 054 for Cody. Flying Brian goes through the 461 at 148 to a 528 at 129. All right, here we go. We got Paul Allen over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Middleburg, and Jason Graham out of Jacksonville. They're in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 001 red line start for Jason Graham. He goes 574 at 118 miles an hour, 699 at 98 miles an hour for Paul Allen. Charles Racer coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And it looks like this may be a single pass for him. All right, so Racer goes through with a 525 at 131 miles an hour. All right, Gary Sturgeon coming up next. He's out of DeBerry, Florida. And Haley Wright out of Middleburg is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane.
Just give you a heads up, our announcer's trying to get some food in before we get into the elimination run. So as soon as he's finished eating, he will be back on the mic. That car right there in the Lucas Oil Lane is going to be more than likely your buy run for first round eliminations in Super Pro with a perfect reaction time.
All right, here we go. We've got John Connick coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Monza out of Ocala. Going up against James Bunner over here at the Budweiser lane out of Dade City, Florida, in the Chevy Camaro. .010 reaction time for Bunner and 002 red light start for Connick. Bunner goes through the 576 at 118 miles an hour, 717 at 94 miles an hour for John Connick. Randy Banger Jr. coming up next out of Palmetto, Florida. He'll run over here to Lucas Oil Lane, going up against Bobby Trudell out of Fort White, and he'll be over here in the Budweiser Lane. Red light start there for Trudell. Banger's at 026 reaction time. Banger gets there first, 489, 139 to a 534 at 128. All right, I think this is Bubba Hawthorne coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. And he'll go up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Double 07 reaction time for Hicks. Actually, maybe Lou Hawthorne then. 438, 158 miles an hour for Lou Hawthorne. As Kelly Hicks goes through with a 447 and 153. DJ Coventry coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there for Hicks, 028's reaction time for Nick. Hicks goes through a 511 at 133 to a 676 at 99. All right, here comes car number 2 at 2011. I have that information here a little bit shortly. Then we run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and you got Daniel, car number 277X. It's not Daniel driving it. It might be Mike Mockney. Okay, the Dragster 13 going to go through the 447, 155, 635 at 108 for the Mustang. It's going to bring up Chad Kennedy next. Darren Stutt's going to be over here on the Budweiser side against 1940 Willys. Sportsman. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. O24 reaction time for Kennedy. O26 for Stutz. 540, 126. 689 and 99 for Chad Kennedy. Alright, got another dragster coming up here. This is 221D. And going against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Red line start over there on the Lucas Oil lane. Goolsby's 007. 469 and 145 for the dragster. Goolsby goes 662 and 102. Ken Grant coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red line starts a pair here. Grant goes through with a 463, 147. Vasquez 472 at 145. Jim Shaw coming up next out of St. John's, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine is going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red line start there by Carlson. 008's the reaction time for Shaw. Shaw goes 465, 147 to a 487 and 144 for Carlson. Jim Barbera coming up next out of Trenton in his 66 Nova. He'll run against Vic Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Summerfield, Florida in his 80 Monza. All right, Singer goes through with a 643 at 106 to a 655 at 103 for Jim Barbera. we go. We got Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orange Park, the sponsor of this class, and he'll go up against Mike Risen out of Brooksville, Florida, in his Chevy 2. Double 04 reaction time there for Flying Brian Jones. 017 from Nick Risen. Jones goes through with a 462 at 148 miles an hour. 662 at 101 from Nick Risen. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup. And Glenn Newman's will be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Alachua, Florida. Reynolds got another 30 reaction time. Newman's goes 005 red. He's 618 at 108 miles an hour for the pickup truck. Newman's goes 734 at 93 with the Vega. Okay, Nick Brown coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. Double 02 reaction time over here in the Budweiser lane to a 006 in the Lucas Oil lane. Okay, so if you are missing a belt, we got that up here. Nick Brown, we got the trim off your Camaro up here as well. All right, here goes Derek Putnam over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be at the wheel of the Pontiac Firebird, and Sam Parrish over there in the Budweiser lane. Parrish is 002, goes 545 at 126 miles an hour. As Putnam goes through with a 741 at 90 miles an hour. Okay, that's going to bring up whoever's driving 210. That'll be the Malibu over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I guess that's going to be Derek Brewster. And he'll go up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney's 016 to an 043 for Brewster. And Gaffney goes through with a 678 at 99 miles an hour, 731 at 92 there for Derek Brewster. And that's going to bring up Jason Graham next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy 2 Nova. And he'll run up against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 018 reaction time for Jason. Red line start for Kelly. Kelly goes 495 at 137. Graham goes through the 575 at 117. Alan Roush Jr. Alan Roush coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the Budweiser line now. He's out at Jacksonville. All right, Alan Roush goes through with a 612 at 109 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Brendan George next. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, my 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Okay, Michael Martin's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10. He'll be going against the full-size Chevy truck over here in the Budweiser lane. This is H205. Okay, Martin goes through with a 9:59 at 71 miles an hour, 11:60 at 63 there for the Chevy truck in the Budweiser lane. Just going to bring up the Dodge pickup over here in the Lucas Oil lane, car number 316. And Molly Banger will be over here in the Budweiser lane, driving the Super Duty pickup. Okay, Lucas Oil Lane goes through with a 10:28 at 66 miles an hour, 10:10 at 74 for Molly. Hunter Dowling coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. And Dylan McNichol will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, and 13 and older in lane 1. All right, so McNichol gets there with a 9:05 at 75 miles an hour, 10:81 at 66 there for Dowling. All right, so here we go to the street bikes, or pro bikes, however you want to look at it. Larry Berger is coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville. Dwayne Leachman will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Wildwood. Okay, Berger's 028, Leachman's 100. Leachman will get there first. He goes 890 at 144 miles an hour. As Berger goes through with the 1201 at 112. Roy Johnson coming up next. He's out of Keystone Heights. And Bob Moats out of Ocala will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 004 reaction time there for Roy Johnson. Bob Moats is 023. And it's going to be Moats getting there with a 11:10 at 119 miles an hour, doing 11:58 and 111. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. He's out of Citra. He'll be going up against Chuck Willem Reddick over there in the Budweiser lane. That's 029. Chuck turned on the red light, 022. Schmidt gets there with a 924 at 141 miles an hour, 1019 at 126 for Chuck. That brings up Jeremy Davis next out of Palm Coast. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. All right, you got Kevin Cadney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and John Upthegrove will be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, real nice start there for Kevin Cadney. Upthegrove's 002. Cadney gets there first, 822 at 163 miles an hour. 896 at 155 there for John Upthegrove. All right, license pass coming up here for bike number 1. All right, here we go, Sportsman. We got John Landola coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Dan Salyers. Reddick got the 71 Monte Carlo over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, got a red line starts a pair here. Looks like Sayers is going to make the stripe first down there with a 12:49 at 105 miles an hour to a 13:11 at 103 there for John Landola. Steven Strickland coming up next. He's out of St. John's, Florida. He'll be in the Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane in his 21 Dodge Charger. Okay, the Camaro goes through 1174 at 118 miles an hour. His barrier goes through with a 1206. Bart Pangillion coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Corvette, going up against Lisa Remba in the Barracuda over here in the Budweiser lane. And it looks like Bart's going to get there first, 1248 at 109 miles an hour to a 1332 at 100 for Lisa Remba. Okay. Amber Matt's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. And Chris Courtney will run over here in the Budweiser lane with the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, Amber's 007 to a 136 for Chris. Chris gets to the stripe first, 1114 at 119 miles an hour to an 1174 at 114. Let's go bring up Bob Hoxton next. Out of Lake Butler in his 90-mile Chevy pickup. And he'll be going against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, Hodgson goes 1121 at 117 to a 1297 at 103 for Veneman. Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang, going against Chris Lagana out of Wearsdale, Florida. His 67 Camaro. Okay, Sebastian is going to get there with a 1230 at 78 miles an hour, 1330 at 101 miles an hour there for the Camaro. Dennis Harsh coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going up against Clint Wilson there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence, Florida. All right, Clint Wilson in the Nova goes 1094 at 119 miles an hour. Dennis Harsh goes 1210 at 112. Daniel Davis coming up next in the Ford Mustang. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Kenny Hires. Kenny's out of Hawthorne, Florida. He'll be running in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Kenny Hires is going to get to the stripe first down there, 1103 at 112 miles an hour, as Daniel Davis goes through the 1491 at 92. Scott Leon coming up next in the Chevy Malibu. He'll be over here in Lucas Oil lane. And he'll go up against Jen Robards over there in the Budweiser lane in her Chevy S10. Scott Leon is going to get the stripe first down there as he goes through with a 1222 at 78 miles an hour, 1296 at 104 there for Jen Robards. That's going to bring up Corky Bumpus next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track with the little Plymouth Valiant. And he'll go up against Rick Smith over there in the Budweiser lane out of Green Cove in the Pontiac Firebird. Bumpus with a 008 reaction time. And Corky's goes through with an 11.72 at 111 miles an hour. And Smith goes through with a 15.57 at 87. All right, this is car 6365. You're looking at old Plymouth over here on the Budweiser side, or in the Lucas Oil lane, excuse me. Going up against Missy Combs out of Lake Butler over there in the Budweiser lane, her F-150. Okay, so both of them turn the red light on. And 1189 at 111 miles an hour to a 1297 at 107. All right, Cleve Egerton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando, and he'll be going up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Stark, Florida, and Mitch has got the 2014 Dodge Charger. All right, Gunner's 009 on the tree to a 221 for Cleve. Cleve's going to get to the strike first, though, as he goes 12.25 and 107 miles an hour, 13.44 at 101 there for Mitch Gunner. He's going to bring up Marcus Cruz next. He's out of McClenny, driving the Dodge pickup truck. Going up against Chad King over here in Budweiser lane. He's out of Gainesville. All right, so Chad King goes 12.12 at 109 as Marcus goes through at 18.74. 74. Monica Roberts coming up next. And 95 Camaro out of Ocala. And Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. They'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 001 reaction time there for Monica. Dickinson's 144. Monica's going to break the beams down there with a 1260 and 105 as Dickinson goes through the 1690 and 78. And looks like your single pass coming up here for Derek Putnam. All right, so Derek Putnam, he's 071. And he goes through at 1166 at 114. Okay, so that wraps up our time sessions in Sportsman, as we're now going to be doing our first and only time session here for the junior dragsters. go with our junior dragsters. This is the 6 to 9-year-olds, and we're going to get things kicked off with Hudson Matz over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's from here in Gainesville, and he'll run up against Brian Lee Holdaway. She's out of Inverness, Florida. She'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so it looks like Bradley got the early starting line advantage with a 148 reaction time. She goes through the 12:42 and 48 miles an hour. As Matz goes out with a 14:10 and 44. All right, Kylie Mockney coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil lane. She's in Venice, Florida. All right, so Connie Mockney over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Shaw Daniel will be over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Mockney goes through the 12:93 at 54 to 12:01 at 52 there for Shaw Daniel. All right, Sierra Hay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a Keystone Heights and Wyatt Palmetier, Wyatt Hicks. We'll be running over here at Budweiser lane. He's out of Elkton, Florida. So Sierra goes through with an 8:97 at 73 as Wyatt Hicks goes through with 8:9:12 at 69. 10 to 12-year-olds, so we got Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Lake Butler, Florida. Going against Tanner Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane out of Venice, Florida. Okay, red line start there for Weston Daniels. Going to give Tanner Mockney the automatic win. And Tanner goes through with a 8.93 on his at 72 miles an hour. All right, Briella Browning out of Wesley Chapel is over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. Lincoln's 058 on the tree. He's going to bring up Ryan Cook next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Kate Holdaway. All right, 033 is the reaction time there for Ryan Cook. Holdaway's 033 on the wrong side of the tree. Holdaway got there first, 902 at 70 miles an hour to an 899 at 70. All right, Carson Murphy coming up next out of Ellington, Florida, going up against Johnny Moxley over here in the Budweiser lane. He's at Keystone Heights. All right, red light start there for Murphy and Moxley's got a 2:16 reaction time. Murphy went 9:10 at 69 miles an hour to an 8:97 at 72. Goes Blake Jones. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so it looks like Hicks having some problems with their car over there, and he's indicated they'll let Blake Jones go. And I'm sure they'll take it to the back and they'll figure out what's going on with that. All right, so Blake Jones goes through with a 903 at 71 miles an hour. All right, that's going to bring up all right, Xander Cook going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Ryder Horst over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red line starts up there. All right, Xander goes through with a 906 at 70 miles an hour, 919 at 70 miles an hour there for Ryder. And Aaron Kennedy coming up next. All right, so Aaron goes through with a 903 at 70 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Molly Banger. It looks like she may have some problems with her car. They're moving it over out of the way. to piss, attention to piss. Steve Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes round 1 and 2 for round 1. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow 3 and 4 for round number 1. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Alright, Dylan McNichol coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track and going up against Allison Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. Alright, Hunter Dowling coming up next. Alright, once again, attention to the pits. Reed Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Alright, so that wraps up our time sessions for the day. So when we get back, it'll be round 1 of eliminations that we're getting ready to go to. So just want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Races for Christ is having a non-denominational chapel service here on the 3rd floor of the tower. Mr. Goolsby and Mr. Green will both be up there, I'm sure, officiating and keeping an eye on folks. Bill's probably more like a sentinel there, just to make sure to keep the riffraff out. He sees me coming, that's the riffraff we're talking about here. Everybody's welcome, we know it. Anyhow, so also want to let everybody know, it looks like the pit stops opened up behind the main grandstand area, so if you need something to drink or eat, head on back to the pit stop. The pit crew will get you fixed up. We do have Sunoco race fuel on sale as well here today, so make sure if you need any of the fuel needs, you get back here and get that taken care of as soon as you can. And before we get everything kicked off here today, Officer Roy's doing his thing. We're going to let Mr. Bill Green lead us on invocation. We'll follow it up with our national anthem. So if you would, folks, please rise. Give your attention to Mr. Bill Green, and he'll lead us in our invocation. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here again doing what we love to do. Thank you, Lord, for keeping us safe thus far. Lord, I pray you continue to keep us safe as we go throughout the day. Lord, I thank you for the little bit of rain we have, Lord. As the rain falls and nourishes our ground, Lord, let your Holy Spirit come to us and nourish us as well, Lord. Lord, just invite you to speak to us as needed. Continue to be with the staff here, Lord, and give them endurance that they need to continue to give us a safe and fair racing service. Thank you, Lord, for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. I'm going to try and get this national anthem to work for me better than it did last time. Here we go. Hang on, I got to get through the ads. I don't want to watch no ads. I tell you what, this technology is beyond me, folks. Just bear with me a minute here. For the assist on that. I'm gonna see if I can get you to assist me in programming it my phone. All right, here we go. Round one. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category, and we got Andy Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Mike Botany over here at the Budweiser lane. Okay, Andy Lindsay's going to pick up the win line here on a double red line start. He was 003 red to a 009 red there in the Budweiser lane. Ray Northrup coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 662 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro, going against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 746 is his dial in. And a red light start there by Ray Northrup is going to give Brandon Williams the automatic win light. Brandon goes through with a 743 on his 746. Mark Pandillion coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 670 is his dial in. He'll be going against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 593 the dial in for the motorcycle. Okay, looks like 4,000 separate the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Jeremy Davis getting the win line here as Mark breaks out with a 668 on his 670 dial in. That's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. He's got a 695 dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 712 is his dial in. All right, looks like they got about 29,000 difference in the starting line. And it's going to be Roland Alford getting the win line here. So he goes 713 on a 712. Oxley goes out with 702 on his 695. Lee Zarumba coming up next. 847 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Michael Bergazzi in the Ford Maverick. He's out of O'Brien, Florida. And a red light start over here in the Budweiser lane is going to give Lee Zarumba the automatic win light. And Lee goes through with a 749 on his 747 dial in. David Gaspar coming up next out of Port St. Lucie. 662 is going to be the dial in. Going against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 739 dial in. And red light start there for Gaspar is going to give Turner the automatic win. And Turner goes 732 on that 39 dial in. Chris Courtney coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 705 is going to be the dial in for the Trans Am. He'll going against Russell Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. 702 is going to be the dial in for the Oldsmobile. And red line start there by Chris Gordon. He's going to give Russell Morris the automatic win. Morris goes through the 696 on his 702. Gordon went 708 on his 705. Mel Reisky coming up next. 636 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Larry McClendon over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is his dial in. You got a clean start in both lanes, but one of them's a little bit tardy. And Larry McClendon's going to get the win line here, 695 on a 687. As Mel breaks out with a 634 on his 636. Mike Gaffney coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 680 to dial in for the 77 AMC Gorilla. Going against Tommy Borgia out of Dunellen, Florida. He's got a 756 dialed in on the Ford Mustang. And a red light start there on the Mustang is going to give Gaffney the automatic win. Gaffney goes 682 on his 680 dial in as Tommy went through the 761 on the 756. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 749 is his dial in on the 69 Camaro out of Hawthorne. He'll go up against Pete Rugas over here in the Budweiser lane. 642 the dial in for the 66 Impala. And red line start there for Rugas is going to give Roberts the automatic win. Kevin goes through the 747 on a 49 dial in. Pete went 654 on a 42. George Emanuel coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 756 is his dial in. And he'll run up against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. 642 is his dial in. Okay, well, only one foul separates the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on for George Emanuel as he goes. Yep. All right, Mike Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 638 dialed in. DJ Coventry over here on the Budweiser lane. He's got a 680 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. the Lucas Oil side of the track, got a 767 dialed in, going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. And the red light's going to come on for D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Cleve Egerton coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 776 is his dial in. He'll be going up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. Dwayne with a 593 dial in. Okay, Whitlock's going to come off for John Dwayne as he goes dead on 8 with a 008 reaction time. He put a 16 down back together. Egerton breaks out with 4 thousandths. That's going to bring up Perry Kent next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 721 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. Here we go up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Middleburg in the 75 Nova. Okay, Woodline came on for Jimmy Hodges. He goes 619 on that 603 dial in. Perry Kent goes dead on 9, but cannot get the wind line to come on with a 250 reaction time. All right, Robbie Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 613 dial in. Going up against Tom Courtney over there in the Budweiser lane. Tom with a 657 dial in. And Tom's going to get the win light here as he goes 658 on that 657 dial in. That's going to bring up Robert Treadwell next. He's got a 617 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro, and he was up against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. 695 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Red light start there by James Evans is going to give Treadwell the automatic win. Treadwell goes through the 618 on that 617 dial in. Ken Grant coming up next in the Chevy Nova. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 573 is going to be his dial in. Going against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 630 will be the dial in for the Barracuda there in the Budweiser lane. And red light start there for Young is going to give the automatic win here to Ken Grant. Grant goes through with a 568 on that 573. It's going to bring up Paul Allen next. 701 to dial in for the Ford Maverick. He'll be going up against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. Welsh with the 75 Duster. Iconic coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 718 to dial in on the Chevy Monza. Going up against Via Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane, 755 to dial in for the 74 Chevy van. All right, here comes the Chevy Colorado over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, set at 849 dialed in. Going up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane, into 57 Chevrolet. He's out of Green Coast Springs. All right, Mike Zerl coming up next over here from Rockledge, Florida, in the Chevy Wagon. Going up against the Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. 724 is going to be the dial in. Red light start there by Mike Zerl is going to get the automatic win to the Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. They go through with a 769 and 96. So bring up Phil Green next. Phil's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 604 dial in for the 68 Camaro, going up against Tim Nelson over here in the Budweiser lane. 619 is going to be his dial in. All right, looks like we got Dale Green going to pick up the win line here as he goes through with a 612 on that 604 dial in as Tim Nelson goes 641 on his 619. John Lamdola coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 841 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 694 is going to be his dial in. Myers is going to get the win line here as he goes 693 on that 694 dial in. That's going to bring up Ernie Renfro next. 661 is the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He'll be going up against Alan Dillman over here in the Budweiser lane. 685 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. The red light start there for Dillman is going to give Ernie Renfro the automatic win. And Ernie goes 658 on that 661. Reed Farrar coming up next. 652 is the dial in for the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against David Zink over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 7 flat dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. One of them's got a perfect reaction time, and he gets the win light. David Zink is 704 and his 7 flat had a perfect reaction time. Reed Farrar goes dead on 3. He can't get the win light to come on. Dawson Bass coming up next. 718 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we go up against Dan Warren over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 644 dialed in on the S10 pickup. All right, attention into beds, attention into beds. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. All right, Rob Reynolds over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane in his Malibu wagon. And Reynolds is going to get the win light here, 627 on that 615. As French goes out with a 636 on his 635 dial. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we go up against Derek Putnam over here in the Budweiser lane. 737 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And a red light start there by Brendan George is going to give Derek the automatic win. Derek goes through with a 736.8 on his 37 dial in. And Brendan also went too quick with a 609 on his 614. Mike Noble's coming up next. 84 Dodge Charger. Alright, here we go. We got Tom Boats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 680 is going to be his dial in. Gonna go against Richard Holder over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 555 dialed in. Alright, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 585 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Anthony over here in Budweiser lane. And Anthony turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Alright, Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track gets the win right here. 8 flat on his 773 dial in. Over Kevin Cadby. Alright, once again looking for Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Bride Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. The Junior Street to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Alright, Jeremy Davis gets the win right here over Dwayne Leachman. All right, here we go into the Flying Grind Trailer Sales Super Pro. All right, Mike Gaffney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light's going to come off for Glenn Newman's on a double breakout. He broke out by the least. He'll be moving on into the next round. That's going to bring up Derek Brewster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. And red light start there for Derek Brewster. Is going to get the automatic win here to Brandon Williams. Okay, Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 566 going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 511 dialed in. Okay, the Camaro getting a little bit loose out there, but Brian reeled it in. And on a double breakout, James Hicks Jr. is going to get the win light. That'll bring up Jim Barbera next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 652 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Nova. Then we run up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. Schaefer out of St. Augustine's got a 636 dialed in. And we got a clean green line start in both lanes. And the red light's going to come on down there for Schaefer as he goes through the 639 on his 636 dial in. Going to bring up Jason Graham next. 516 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2 Nova out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. 614 the dial in for the 2000 S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. 4th aisle separating the two at the starting line. It's going to be Jason Graham getting the win line here on a double breakout. I'll bring up Troy Volker next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 683 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll run up against Bob Alexander over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 474 dialed in.
Going to let you know I'm going to have to go down and start working on my car for the next round, or for the first round of Sportsman. So the next classes up after this is Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman, followed by first round of Flying Brian's Trailers Junior Dragster.
Okay, we got a clean start. Looks like 29 miles separating the two at the starting line. It's going to be Alexander getting the win line here as he goes 475 with a 3 on a 74 dial in. Troy Volker goes dead 4 and cannot close the door on him as he was 032 on the tree, so he was behind by 29 thousandths. Nick Brown coming up next, 601 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 499 dial in. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Okay, David Hicks goes dead on 5 with an 05 reaction time. He puts the 10th out back together. He'll be moving on into round number 2. As Nick Brown bowed out with a 608 on his 607. Charles Racer coming up next. 522 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. 411 is his dial in. Okay, clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the strike. Charles Racer is going to get the win light here. 529 on 522 dial in. As Harris goes out with a 481 on his 477. Michael Boss coming up next. 584 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 576 dial in. Okay, James Bunner is going to get the win line here, 576 with a 0 on a 76 dial in. He was 025 on the tree as Mike breaks out by 7 thousandths. Gary Sturgeon coming up next out of DeBerry, Florida. He's got a 496 dial in. He'll be going against Corky Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 712 dialed in. He's out of Glen St. Mary. And a red light start there for Alford. He's going to give the automatic win here to Gary Sturgeon. Sturgeon goes 499 on his 496 dial in. Going to bring up Sherby Powell next. 659 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. He'll run up against Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. It's car 3X37. Okay, red light's going to come on for the Budweiser lane as they go 629 on a 27 dial in. Sherry goes out with a 661 on his 659. All right, Cody Priest coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 526 going to be his dial in. Going against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. Dwayne with a 593 dial in. All right, John Dwayne got the win line here as he goes dead on 6 with a 14 reaction time, put a 20 pack together. And Cody goes out with a 548 on his 526. Dave Demarest coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 484 dialed in. He'll be running up against Bobby Trinnell. Trinnell over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 535 dialed in. Okay, Dave Demarest gets the win line here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Jerry McGill next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Buddy Goolsby over there in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby with a 661 dialed in. All right, Jeremy Hill's going to get the win line here. He goes 513 on that 485. Goolsby goes 007 red, but run dead on 6. That'll bring up Victor Adams next. 647 is going to be the dial in for the 89 Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 473 is his dial in. into the pits. Bryson Martin. Need you to come to the second floor of the tower. Bryson Martin. Need you to come to the second floor of the tower, please. All right, Bubba Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 440 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Chuck Trotter over here in the Budweiser lane. 467 is the dial in for him. He's out of McClenny, Florida. And it's going to be Bubba Hawthorne getting the win line here. 442 on a 449 lane. Good run for him. Chuck Trotter runs dead on 3. Can't get the win line to come on with an 076 reaction. All right, John Connick coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 717 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. 512 is going to be his dial in. Okay, you got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to strike. It's Robbie Little getting the win lane as he goes 513 on his 512 dial in. And Johnny breaks out with a 714 on his 717 dial in. That's going to bring up Chad Kennedy next. 675 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against John Hamill over here in the Budweiser lane. 516 is his dial in. next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 469 dialed in, going up against Rob Hall over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 625 dialed in on his Malibu. All right, we got clean green light starting both lanes here. We go to the stripe. It's going to be Rob Hall getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, moves on into the next round. That's going to bring up Brendan George. Next 490 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 488 dial in. All right, red light starting here for Carlson's going to give Brendan George the automatic win. Robert Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 617 dialed in. He'll be going up against Wayne Campbell over here in the Budweiser lane. 620 is his dial in. All right, Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going up against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 463 the dial in for the Dragster. Allen with a 698 dial in. And Ari Kelly's going to get the win light here. 468 on a 463 dial in as Paul Allen red lit. Jim Shaw coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 466 is his dial in. They go up against Donnie Hutto over here in Budweiser lane. Donnie with a 699 dial in. it's going to come on over there for Jim Shaw. His Hutto breaks out with a 690 on his 699 dial in. That's going to bring up Derek Brewster next in the Malibu. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Mike McRisen over here in the Budweiser lane. 662 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, start making your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, start making your way to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes, y'all should be in 7. Pro Bikes, looks like most of y'all are already over here in 7. All right, Mike McRisen gets the win light here as he goes 666 on his 662 dial in. That's going to bring up Mike Young next. 630 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he go against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. Glenn's going to get a 1 second head start here. He's got a 730 dial in on his Vega wagon. And we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 27 thou difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light is going to come on down there for Glenn Newman. He goes through with a 732 on that 730 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 623 is going to be his dial in. Going against Nick Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. 643 is his dial in. All right, 12 thou separating the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here as he goes 624 on his 623 dial in. Nick Singer goes dead on 3, but he was behind on the Christmas tree by 27 thousandths of a second. Aaron Reynolds got the win light. All right, got the Dragster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's Jim Barbera, I guess. 530 the dial in, going up against Alan Roush over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 612 dialed in. Red light start on the Dragster is going to get Roush the automatic win. Roush got a perfect reaction time, goes 613 on his 612. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 561 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Dennis. He'll be going up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 564 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Got a clean green line start. 12 thou separates the two in the starting line. It's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes 565 on a 64 dial in. As Hagedorn goes out with a 565 on his 561. All right, Nick Brown coming up next. 607 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro, going up against Sam Parrish over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 7 thou separated the two at the start. It's going to be Nick Brown getting the win line here. 6:08 on his 6:07, and Sam goes out with a 5:46 on his 5:45. All right, here we go. We got R.A. Kelly coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 495 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Jacksonville, going up against another Jacksonville native, Jason Graham. Graham with a 572 dial in on his Chevy 2 Nova. All right, attention to the pits. Pitching the pits. Bryson Martin. You're on the premises. Need you to come to the second floor of the tower, please. Bryson Martin. You should come to the second floor of the tower, please. Big wheels up, start there for Jason Graham. There's a red light start for R.A. Kelly. Graham's going to get the win, 575 on a 572. As Kelly goes out with a 497 on his 495. And your buy run coming up here next for Bob George. George with a 693 dial in on his 67 Camaro. Okay, Bob George goes 672 on that 693. All right, here we go into Junior Street. All right, Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Street Bikes, y'all should be in 7. Street Bikes, you should be in 7. All right, Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 650 dialed in. And we're going up against Colson Haight. Over here in Budweiser Lane, he's got a 1160 dialed in. line start there for Colson is going to give Michael Martin the automatic win light. He goes to the 973 on that 950 dial in. That's going to bring up Travis Britt Jr. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1034 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge truck. Going against Dylan McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane. 908 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, attention in the pits, Junior dragsters. Need to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters. Start making your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, Travis Brett's going to get the win light here. It goes 1035 on that 1034 as McNichol breaks out with a 904 on a 908. That'll bring up Hunter Dowling next. 1090 is going to be the dial in over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Molly Banger will be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1014 dialed in. Okay, on a double breakout, Molly Banger is going to get the win light here. 1010 on a 1014. That'll take us into the street bikes. Tom Boats coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Anthony Baera will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Palm Coast. All right, so Boats over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1096 his dial in. Anthony Barrera over there in the Budweiser lane's got a 948 dial in. He's out of Palm Coast. And a red line start for Anthony is going to give Palm Boats the automatic win. All right, that's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman next. 890 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1150 is the dial in for Johnson. He's out of Keystone Heights. Okay, looks like 59 now separated two at the starting line. At the stripe, the win line is going to come on down there for Dwayne Leachman as he goes through with a 891 on that 890 dial in. Roy Johnson breaks out 1145 on 1150. Larry Berger coming up next. 1199 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane going against Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. 931 is going to be his dial in. And we got a clean green line start. One's late, one's all right. Let's see how it works out down here on the top end. Not like you think it would. Jeremy Davis gets the win light here. So he goes dead on 6 and picks up the win. As Larry Berger's bike slow to a 1224 on that 1190 dial in. That'll bring up Chuck Woolham next. 999 is going to be his dial in, going up against Kevin Cadby out of Keystone Heights. 825 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for Bryson Martin. Bryson Martin in if you're on the premises, need you to come to the second floor of the tower, please. And I have something that belongs to you. Bryson Martin, need you to come to the second floor of the tower. If you're in the premises or if anybody knows who he is, please come see me. All right, red light's coming on for Kevin Cadby as he goes 837 on his 825 dial in. That'll bring up Dwayne Schmidt Jr. next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 925 dial in. He'll be going against John Upthegrove over here in the Budweiser lane. 894 is his dial in. Okay, red light's coming off for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on a double red light start. He was 019 red, 032 red for John. Looks like we're going to have a license pass coming up here next on motorcycle number 1. All right, here we go into Sportsman. All right, Marcus Cruz coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Dodge pickup truck. He's got an 1866 dialed in. He's going to be running up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Clint with an 11 flat dialed in. So Clint, he's going to have to be patient. I mean, beyond patient. Because he is going to be waiting over 7 seconds before he can start trying to chase Marcus down. Okay, so Marcus is off and running. And here comes Clint. Oh, Clint's got a lot to make up to. We're 61 thou behind on the starting line. Oh, and Marcus Cruz is going to get the win line, 1916 on an 1866, as Clint Wilson breaks out by 9 thousandths. He probably thought he was never going to catch up with that old Dodge down there on the top end. That's going to bring up Rick Smith next. 15 flat to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1344 dialed in. And it looks like, get back Rick up just a little bit. Looks like he's trying to stage with the back tires. And we don't usually do that here. All right, once again, I should have all my junior dragsters in the lanes. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Okay, so we've got a clean green light start. Okay, so Mitch Gunner's going to get the win light here as he goes 1350 on his 1344. Smith breaks out by a ton. He's going to bring up Bart Van Gillian next, 1250 to dial in for the Chevy Corvette out of Melrose. He'll be going against Daniel Davis over there in the Budweiser lane in his Mustang. He's got a 1467 dial in. And at the stripe, it's going to be Bart getting the win light here as he goes through with a 1270 on that 1250 dial in as Daniel slowed to a 1492 on his 1467. Lee Zaremba coming up next. 1341 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Inverness, Florida. Going up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane. Sayers with a 1248 dial in on his 71 Monte Carlo. All right, red line start by Lee Zaremba is going to give Sayers the automatic win. And Sayers is going to go through with a 1250 on that 1248. All right, Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1120 is going to be his dial in. Going against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. Jay with a 1690 dial in. So Bob's going to have to be patient for a little almost 6 seconds before he can give chase to it. All right, once again, I'm looking for Bryson Martin. Bryson Martin, if you're on the premises, come to the second floor of the timing tower, please. Bryson Martin, if you're on the premises, please come to the second floor of the timing tower and see the announcer, please. Okay, wing light's going to come up down there for Jay Dickinson as he goes 1697 on his 1690 dial in. Hoxton goes out with an 1124 on his 1120. John Amendola coming up next, 1304 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going against Misty Combs, and Misty turns on the red light. Gives the automatic win here to Amendola. And John goes through with a 1310 on that 1304 dial in. Chris Lagana coming up next. 1320 is the dial in for the 67 Camaro out of Wearsdale. Going up against Dick Brinkley out of Ocala. 1185 is the dial in for the Dodge. And red light start there for Brinkley. It's going to give Lagana the automatic win. Okay, Lagana went through the 1330 on his 1320 dial in. And Brinkley was also too quick, 1179 on his 85 dial. Amber Matz coming up next. 1176 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She'll be running up against Steven Strickland over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1174 dialed in. Okay, looks like 26 now separates the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Strickland getting the win line here as he goes dead on one and gets the win line. Amber goes 1179 on her 76 dial in. Chad King coming up next. 1211 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane, 11 flat is his dial in. All right, red light's going to come on down there for Chad King as he goes through the 12-16 on that 12-11 dial in. As Kenny Hires bows out with an 11-09 on his 11 flat. Hires also behind on the Christmas tree. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 12 flat is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And he'll be going against Jen Robards from Jacksonville. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1294 dialed in. Okay, the win line's going to come on down there for Jen Robards as she goes through the 1305 on her 1294. She was 002 on the tree. Barrier was 1207 on that 12 flat. And the reaction time was a 260. Dennis Harsh coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1213 is going to be his dial in. And he's running up against Brett Beneman over here in the Lucas, in the Budweiser lane. And Beneman's going to get the win light here, 13 flat on his 1297 as Dennis Harsh breaks out with a 1206 on his 1213. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1219 dialed in. And we're going against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane, 1115 is the dial in. Okay, on a breakout by Scott DeLeon, Chris Courtney is going to get the win light here as he goes 11-17 on that 11-15 dial in. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass. 12:30 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Cleve Egerton over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:27 is his dial. And a red light start there for Egerton is going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win and a gift. And as Bass goes 12:09 on that 12:30 dial in, Cleve went 12:45 on his 12:27. All right, Corky Bumpus coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Plymouth Valiant. And he'll be running up against Derek Putnam over here in the Budweiser lane. 1169 is his dial in. Corky. All right, that's going to give Putnam the automatic win since Corky crossed the center line. So Putnam gets the win line there. Corky will go change his shorts. Okay, while that's quiet, I want to try once again. I'm looking for a Bryson Martin. Bryson Martin. If you're on the premises, I need you to come to the second floor of the tower, please. Bryson Martin, or somebody out there knows who he is. Please let me know here at the second floor of the tower, but I'm looking for Bryson Martin. Come to the tower, please. we got a 1258 dialed in. This is your buy run here in Sportsman. We're getting ready to go over here to the junior dragsters. All right, so Monica's 024. And she goes 1261 on that 1258. All right, that wraps up Sportsman as we're getting ready to go over here to the junior dragsters. We'll start with our 6 to 9 year olds. All right, so we're going to have Hudson Matz coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he'll run up against Shaw Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. Hudson with a 14 flat dial in, Shaw with an 1190. Okay, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. And Shaw Daniel's going to get the win line here as he goes 1210 on that 1190 dial in, as Hudson Matz goes out with a 1450 on his 14 flat dial in. Kylie Mockney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got 1196 dialed in. Going against Brinley Holderway over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 12 flat dialed in. All right, win line's going to come at her from Kylie Mockney as she goes through the 1211 on that 1196 dial in. As Brinley Holdaway goes 1233 on her 12 flat. All right, so that's going to take care of the 6 to 9 year olds. We're now moving over here to the 10 to 12 year olds. And we got Sierra Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 897 is going to be her dial in. Going against Tanner Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. Tanner with an 895 dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. 952,000 separates the two at the starting line, and then the stripe is going to be Sierra 8 getting the win line here. 898 on her 897 dial in. His Tanner goes out with a 905 on his 895. That'll bring up Blake Jones next. 904 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll go up against Wyatt Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 895 is his dial in. All right, 74,000 separated the two at the starting line. Blake Jones got the win like 917 on a 914. His Hicks goes out with a 913 on his 895. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 906 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 895 is his dial in. Okay, got a clean start. Looks like about 25,000 separates to the starting line. And Aaron Kennedy is going to get the win light here. He goes 910 on his 906 dial in. Lincoln Slater on 906 on his 895. Ryder Horse coming up next. 918 is his dial in. He'll go up against Weston Daniel over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. All right, Brian Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is his dial in, going against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Scarlett with a 928 dial in. All right, red line start there for Scarlett Hicks. Is going to get the automatic win here to Ryan Cook. And that'll bring up Sandra Cook next. Cook over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 909 dialed in. Here right up against Johnny Moxley over here in the Budweiser lane. 897 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 30 thou difference in the starting line. And it's going to be Cook getting the win light here, 913 on that 909. As Moxley goes 9 flat on his 897. Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 915 is going to be the dial in. Well, up against Caden Holdaway over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 will be his dial in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had a chance to go to the pit stop, they're going to be here till about 6 o'clock this evening. So if you're starting to get those hunger pains, you can head on back over to the pit stop, let the pit crew get you fixed up over there. They'll be here till approximately 6 o'clock this evening. Carson Murphy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 915 is going to be his dial in. Going against Caitlin Holdaway. 890 the dial in. Alright, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go at the stripe, and the win line's going to come on down there for Caden Holdaway. 899 on an 890. As Murphy breaks out with a 907 on a 915 dial in. Briella Browning coming up next. 9 flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 890 dialed in. All right, this will be a close one. It's only 2,000 separated the two at the starting line. And the win line's going to come on for Molly Banger. She goes dead on 8, picks up the win as Briella breaks out with an 897 on her 9 flat dial in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Steve Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Dylan McNichol coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of Northport, Florida. 804 is going to be the dial in. Going against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane, 8 flat in the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. Red line start there by Hunter Dowling. He's going to give Dylan McNichol the automatic win. Dylan goes 8:01 on that, 8:04, 10:20 on an 8 flat for Hunter. Allison Reynolds coming up there on the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7, Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. All right, Allison Reynolds on the bye run here. Looking for an 8 flat down on the top end, goes 8:11. All right, so we're going to go out and do a little touch up on the raceway before we get back underway. Once again, if you need the pit stop is open behind the main grandstand area. They'll be up there till about 6 o'clock this evening. So if you need something from the pit stop, you'll see the pit crew. They got all kinds of good grub back there, and they'll get you fixed up with something. All right, while it's quiet also, I've been announcing several times, I'm trying to get in touch with Bryson Martin. Bryson Martin. If you are on the premises, please come to the second floor of the tower. As I have something that belongs to you, I'd like to give it back. Oil side of the track. 671 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. 18 now separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Andy Lindsay getting the win light here. 673 on a 671. Rob Reynolds goes 619 on his 615. Reynolds was actually better on the tree. It was 31 10,000ths of a second, the difference at the stripe. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 703 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. And a red light start by Brandon Williams is going to give Hoxton the automatic win. Kevin Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 749 dialed in. And he'll run up against John Lamdola over here in the Budweiser lane. Lamdola with an 839 dial in. Okay, well, we got a clean start. One's real good, one's late. And Kevin Roberts is going to get the win light here as he goes 750 on a 749. He was 018 on the tree. Landola breaks out by a bunch. He went 833 on that 839. He was behind on the Christmas tree by a bunch. All right, Mike Noble's coming up next. 649 is going to be the dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Roland Corky Alford, 715 the dial in for the Glen St. Mary Base S10 pickup. And red light start there for Mike Nobles is going to give Alford the automatic win. And Courtney goes dead on zero with his dial in. And Nobles was dead on 5. Harry Kent coming up next, 721 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Lake Butler. He's got 721 dial in. Going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. Davis with a 595 dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Red light start there for Perry Kent. It's going to give the automatic win here to Jeremy Davis. And Davis goes through with a 608 on his 595, 725 on a 721 for Kent. Tim Nelson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 630 is his dial in. He'll run up against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. 642 is the dial in for the Mustang. Yeah, red line start there for Richard Lindsay is going to give Tim Nelson the automatic win. And Nelson goes 637 on his 630 dial in. Lindsay went 620, 672 on his 642. Reed Farrar coming up next. 652 is going to be the dial in for the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. He'll run against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. 85 Mercury Capri. Okay, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And Reed Farrar is going to get the win line here. 655 on his 652 dial in. His Turner goes out with a 738 on his 733. John Connick coming up next. 716 the dial in for the Monza out of Ocala. He'll go up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 605 is his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up next. 679 to dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He is out of Wildwood, Florida. Going up against Tommy Borgia out of Dunellen. 759 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Okay, we got a clean start both lanes. And it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the red light here as he goes through the 686 on his 679 dial in. And as Tommy Borgia goes out with a 763 on his 759. David Gaspar going to be coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's getting the red S10 out of Port St. Lucie. Up against Clint Wilson out of Providence. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is his dial. Yeah, red line start there by Clint Wilson's going to give David Gaspar the automatic win line. Gaspar goes dead on 6 with a 23 reaction time. Scott Leon coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 593 is his dial in. Yeah, red line start there for John Dwayne. It's going to give Scott Leon the automatic win. And Scott goes through the 696 on that 695 dial in. That'll bring up Chad King next. 772 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Lee Zaremba over here in the Budweiser lane. 847 is his dial in. Red line start by Chad King. He's going to give Lee Zaremba the automatic win. Lee goes through with an 846 on his 847. Mel Reisky coming up next. 634 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 is the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. And red line start there for Bell. It's going to give Chris the automatic win. Chris goes through the 626 on his 623 dial in. Ken Grant coming up next. 511 is going to be the dial in for the Nova over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Pete Rugas over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 654 dial in. We got a clean start in both lanes. And it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win light here as he goes 572 on a 571 as Pete goes 663 on his 654. Chris Courtney coming up next. 707 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, another clean green light start here. And it's going to be Mike French getting the win light down there as he goes 640 on that 633 dial in, 709 on a 707 for Chris Courtney. That brings up Brendan George over here in the Pony. He's got a 615 dial in. He'll run up against D. Lichty out of St. John's, Florida. 660 is the dial in for the 69 Mustang, 69 Camaro. Okay, and the win line is going to come off of Brendan George, 626 on the 615. As D. Lichty goes 671 on his 660. Derek Putnam coming up next. 737 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll run up against Larry McClendon over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 690 dial in. Red line start there by Derek Putnam. It's going to give Larry McClendon the automatic win. Putnam goes dead on 5. McClendon broke out, but the red line ended it all. Mike Mockney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 638 is going to be his dial in. Going against Steve Welsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like 23,000 separates the two of the starting line. It's going to be Steve Welsh getting the win light here on a double breakout. Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 624 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Travis Marchand over here in Budweiser lane in his 69 Camaro. reaction time there for Travis Marchand. And he gets the win line, 589 on his 587. Good run there for him as Aaron goes out with a 633 on a 624. Paul Allen coming up next, 698 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Russell Morris over here in Budweiser lane, 697 is his dial in. All right, Robert Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 617 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat to dial in for the 57 Chevy. All right, 11th separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes dead on 4 as Stutz breaks out by 9 thousandths. Lee Hauser coming up next. 717 is going to be the dial in for the Purple People Leader. Going up against Mike Young over here in the Budweiser lane. 636 the dial in for the show quality CUDA. And a red line start there by Lee Hauser is going to give the automatic win here to Mike Young. All right, Ernie Renfro coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 1970 Camaro, going up against Robbie Hodgson over there in the Budweiser lane. And it looks like about 13 thousandths separate the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Hodgson getting the win light here. 621 on his 618, and as Ernie slowed to a 664 on his 660. George Emanuel coming up next. 756 is the dial in for the 68 Nova out of High Springs. He'll run up against Brett Betterman over here in the Budweiser lane. 822 is the dial in for the GTO. Okay, clean start for both drivers. And the win line's going to come off of Brett Benjamin as he goes dead on with an 8. And George goes out with a 759 on his 756. Cleve Egerton coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 776 is his dial in. And he'll be running up against the Chevy Colorado over there in the Budweiser lane. 852 is its dial in. Okay, Cleve Egerton's going to get the win line here as he goes 777 on his 776. Bill Green coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 604 is his dial in. He'll be going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 694 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup. Jeff Barrier coming up here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's right up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 773 to dial in for Barrier, 657 to dial in for Courtney. And Tom Courtney's going to get the red light here, 658 on his 657 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville, 719 is going to be the dial in for Ford Mustang. Here right up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 755 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lane 22, please. Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lane 22, please. Come on down. Hey, Junior Street. Start making your way to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. All right, Mark Van Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 668 dial in, going against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 617 is his dial in. 13 thou separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Van Gillian getting the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Mike Zerl coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Malibu wagon. Now we're up against Alan Dillman over here in the Budweiser lane in the stick shift Camaro. All right, red light's going to come on for Alan Dillman on a double red light start. All right, that's going to bring up the Nova, number 224. He's got a 724 dial in. We're right up here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Dan Warren will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 646 dial in.
And Dan Warren is going to pick up the win with a 659 on his 46.
So, Corey, check the racetrack. Everything is A-OK. So, we're going to fire the last pair. Round number 2, Rollins Automotive Sportsman Pro ET. See, tell I haven't done this in a while. James Evans and David Zimmy. The stock eliminator Dodge on the right-hand side, dialed 699, and James Evans says, I like that dial-in, I'll match it. So we have a heads-up, same dial-in for the final pair. And Evans turns it red by a bunch. Zinke is 047 green and lights it up 3 above. Evans lights it up 1 above, but an 044 red light will do him no favors. That will get us through round number 2 of Rollins Automotive Pro ET. We have called round number 2 of Flying Rides Trailer Sales Super Pro to the lane, please. Lanes 1 and 2 overflow lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Eliminator. Flying Rides Trailer Sales Super Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Looks like Motorcycle is ready to come out next. As soon as we get them suited up and ready to go. So for all of you that are joining us here today or for the weekend, we thank you very much for coming out to Gainesville Raceway for, I believe this is what, round number 7? We've already had 6 races, I believe. This is round number 7 of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series here at Gainesville Raceway. We appreciate all of you being here. Scorpion has been generous enough to jump on board, and we have seen some of their cast and crew here, I think, at almost every race so far, and we appreciate them being not only involved as a sponsor, but being here on the property. It seems like they're very enthused and like what they see so far. And we've obviously had good car count. Once again, a shout out to On the Spot Motorsports Media as Mitchell continues to stream for us. He's now doing the camera flip between 2 different views. So make sure you jump on either YouTube or Facebook and check out On the Spot Motorsports Media. Tell your friends at home to watch. My father was watching me at home when I red lighted. He was telling me how crappy of a job I did when I was driving back to the pit area. So thanks, Mitchell. Appreciate that, man. Oh, the internet. So Dwayne Schmidt Jr. and Samuel Parrish will get us started here in round number 2 of Super Pro Bike. So the buybacks are done. This is where 2 go down and 1 comes back. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left-hand side out of Citra, 586 to the dial into the 2-wheeler. He will get the head start by 41 hundredths of a second, a little less than half that 1 light bulb. From Samuel Parrish, he's out of Glencoe Springs, Florida on the right-hand side. He's dialed in at 545 on the 8-mile status. So left side goes first and Lucas Oil side. Budweiser will give chase. Once again, Super Pro on each of the lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, Super Pro. 11th out step, Brandon advantage, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. win, Light Schmidt. How about 19 take 30 to be dead on 4, puts 23 total together. Samuel Parrish is 30 on the tree and mathematically ineligible. 547 on the 545 of the 30 tree leaves him 30 thou short. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. throws down a 23 pack and he'll go to round 3. Richard Holder, John Upthegrove will come up next. Upthegrove out of Keystone Heights, Florida, 2000 model Kawasaki left side. 581 dial, and he gets head start by about half a light bulb, 1/4 of a second. For Richard Holder out of Jacksonville. It's a 2020 model Suzuki. I don't think you can option the wheelie bars on the 2020s from the factory, though. 556 the dial in right side. So once again, Flying Bride Trailer Sales, Super Pro on each of the lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro. Super Pro. And John Upthegrove was supposed to lead first and left second. Holder, a huge hole shot, and he will easily take the win there. Something happening with John Upthegrove as it looked like he was kind of moving around there a little bit, but Holder obviously had that one well in hand. 18 on the tree, and John was a little bit distracted, and rightly so. The bike was moving around on him a little bit, so Holder takes the win on that one. How about this one? Kevin Candy and Roy Hagedorn. Hagedorn, the Division II Hall of Famer, left-hand side. The only guy that this guy usually loses to is his wife, Candy. So Roy Hagedorn, left-hand side, out of Venice, 5:52 the dial in for the Hall of Famer. He will race Kevin Cadney, who also has been doing this for quite a while. Both of them originally from South Florida. Cadney used to race at Barossa Motorsports Park. And actually, now that they're changing things here, it looks like this may not be Roy Hagedorn. Looks like this could be Mike Lakowski. Lakowski dial 552 left side, Cadney dial 534 on the street bike right side. 23 thou separates them, one of them is 24 on the tree. Cadney, 001, take 18 to be under by 2. Mike Lakowski, 24, not a bad reaction time, but under by 25 thousandths. He's under by 5 thou more. Margin of victory, 5 thou. Cadney takes 18. 1 thou away from a perfect leg. Larry Berger and Dwayne Leachman next. Leachman right side, 560 thou. 776 for Larry on the street bike left side. Larry Berger cuts Dwayne Leachman in half on the reaction time. Leachman's going to have to work hard to get there, and he does. 566 at 108 out of the gas early. Berger's bike slows to a 787 on the 776. He's above by 1100. He had the better reaction time. He couldn't make up for the V-Rod, slowing to over a tenth of a second over the dial-in. That's the bike letting the rider down. Jeremy Davis and Santi Rodriguez Jr., two of the happier guys in motorcycle that I can say. Jeremy Davis back on his original bike, 595 the dial-in for the CX-12. He will race Santi Rodriguez right side, 560 for the division champion. Jeremy's got Santi on the ropes here. And he takes 82 to break out by 32. 18 take 82 and should have taken 50 or less. Santi just avoided one there. 59 dead on 9 for 68 total. And Jeremy Davis is 18 on the tree. Jeremy is probably going to hit himself upside the helmet a couple of times when he sees that time slip. Santi Rodriguez Jr., the bike saving him on that one. This is Roy Hagedorn. Makes sense. I didn't see Daniel. As soon as I see Danielle mock me, then I know it's Roy Hagedorn. The Hall of Famer and multi-time Division II champion left-hand side, 565 the dial-in for Roy Hagedorn. Again, normally races out of Bradenton/DeSoto. That is where he cut his teeth, racing not only himself but his wife Candy at DeSoto Memorial Drag Strip, which is now Bradenton Motorsports Park, and Showtime/Sunshine. Hagedorn gets the bye run here in round 2. He's 23 on the tree. And he's going to leg it out to be 23 thou under the dial, but that's okay on the bye run. So Roy Hagedorn will go to round number 3. And that'll wrap us up for round number 2 of Super Pro Bike. We will move to Super Pro Car, brought to us by Flying Brian's Trailer Sales here in just a moment. I think Rick is actually enjoying being a spectator right now. All right, attention to the pits, Junior Street, lane number 8, please, Junior Street, round number 2, lane number 8, I need you now, please. Junior Street, round number 2, lane number 8, I need you now, please. Yeah, this should definitely be a good opener. Alan Rouse and Glenn Newmans. A race buggy versus a street buggy. Alan Rouse, the Jacksonville, Florida-based GMC Sonoma. Don't you dare call it an S9. Or at least he's got the Sonoma front grille on it. 614 to dial for the wheel stander on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. He gives the head start to the LS Swamped Vegas station wagon of Glenn Newmans out of Alachua, Florida. Glenn and Janice Newmans. 731 the dial in on the Giant Killer small tire streetcar right side. He gets to go first by 1.17 seconds, almost. 2.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. The last time I believe that Glenn Newmans had this car out here, he made it to the final round. That was last year. Since then, he's acquired a Monza. And the Monza's motor's down for freshening, and Glenn is going to go another round. 005 for the street car. And legs it out to be 13 thou but with an 18 pack on the window. Allen is 18, but with that nasty little red in front of it. 612 on a 614, he breaks it out by 13 thou just for good measurement. Glenn Newmans was ready. 005, one above 3, 18 total for Glenn Newmans. They'll bring up Donovan Williams right side and Nick Brown. Brown in the purple Camaro down 607, 747 for the fire turd right side. 6 now, separate them on reaction time. Slight advantage, left-hand side, win light. Firebird, 28, take 13 to be dead on 3. Puts a 31 back together. That gave Nick round 9 thou to work with, and instead he's above by 22 to be 13 thou behind. Williams to round 3 in the fire turn. That will bring up Troy Volkner and Mike Gaffney. The car that was originally designed on an airplane bar bag, the AMC, red lights away with a 10 red light. Volkner in the S10, the LS swapped S10. 10 green under by 23 thou, 006 green, excuse me. And Gaffney lays it out to be 1 above. I believe he was double between Pro and Super Pro. I wonder if he still has a bullet left. Come on, Rick, you have one job, buddy. You're supposed to keep track of doubles for me. Of 200 cars, exactly. Bob Alexander and Brendan George in short bus. Not sure if Beverly Hills, Florida is actually correct anymore. Brendan moves around like most people change their underwear. The big block dragster left-hand side, backed by Coastal Laser Grading, dialed in at 487, 475 for Bob Alexander on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. If you want to have an interesting conversation, go and ask Brendan George about how the dragster is named Short Bus and his Mustang is nicknamed Big Juicy. It's not something I'm going to talk about on the mic, not something that's being streamed. Once again, final call for Super Pro. Round number 2 of Flying Around Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Also, round number 2 of Junior Street. I need you to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8, please. Red line for Bob by a bunch. Based on what it looks like, I think somebody forgot to put the crossover in. Brendan is 10 green and under by 28 thou. Bob Alexander's under by 2 thou, but negative 118 red is, he really wanted to leave that starting line. He didn't want to wait. John Connick out of Ocala, Florida. Man has driven quite a few different cars. A couple of them built by S&W Race Cars out of the northeast area of Pennsylvania, now wheeling the Monza left-hand side. 7/16 at Island, he gets a big head start from the dragster on the right-hand side. How up almost 2.5 seconds. Yeah, 2.52 seconds to be exact. I would say the dragster's got to wait a while. This is not going to take long. Lift. 480 on the 464 with a 009 reaction time, and Connick has problems and is slowing. He's got it over by the wall, but it looks like he's still rolling. So we're going to wait, make sure that he makes it safely off the racetrack. He may have just left the car in second gear or something wasn't right, but either way, he's slowly making his way down the racetrack. So right-hand side gets the victory on that one. That'll bring up Dave Hicks and Jim Barbera. And actually, now it looks like John Connick may have stopped. So we're going to put the reds on and make sure that the vehicle can safely get off the racetrack as well as verify that everything is A-okay.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Here tomorrow. The difference is we will will go into first round with no time run, if I'm not mistaken. So the only way that you would get a time run is new driver, new entry. And of course, buybacks are still available in case for whatever reason you can't get your act together. Like me. People ask me why I was downstairs and not holding a microphone. Well, I just proved it. And then we will crown a new set of champions for tomorrow. That'll get us through our 8th race of, I believe, 14, Jody, is that correct? And then we will move to May. And keep in mind, for those of you that have not looked far enough ahead on the schedule, the Division II ET Finals, which will be held at South Georgia Motorsports Park this year, has been dialed back about 3 weeks. It's in the middle of September. So there's a good and a bad out of that. In my opinion, Division II had been the last or the next to last division finals every year. And I think that this allows everybody to kind of get their setups dialed in a little quicker in case you do happen to get on board the Summit National Championship train, because you need to be at that event at the end of October. And previously, it would give people about 3 weeks' time, but most jobs may not necessarily let you out for an entire week on that. So, on one hand, good. So we'll see. Or unless you're retired like Greg. Once again, I need Junior Street, lane number 8, please. Junior Street, lane number 8. Sportsman Eliminator, I'll take you lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6, please. For round number 2, Allen and Speed Machine Shop, Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6. Looks like we got them fired back up. Kind of pushed off the top end. Everything is clean, green, ready to go. So Dragster versus Door Car. Jim Barbera, left-hand side, the 66 Chevy 2 Nova. He dials in 652. He'll get the big head start from Dave Hicks. The Hicks Racing operation out of St. Augustine, Florida, 498 at Island for the purple, black, and blue dragster on the Budweiser side. Both sides away at 5,000 separated. Advantage dragster, win light dragster. Hicks 14, get behind 47 to be 2 above. Barbera 19, take 47 to be under by 27 thousandths. Needed to take 20 or less. Sounds easy, but when you have a dragster chasing you by 30 miles an hour, it's a little harder. Both of them teamed on the tree, and just one of them broke out a little too much. Mike Matrison and Derek Brewster. Brewster now wheeling the car with doors versus the dragster. The Gainesville Florida-based GRE Malibu. 732 to dial on the left side, 665 for the Brooksville Florida-based Chevy 2 Nova. Mike Matrison, right-hand side, he'll play chase. The Goolsby Rent-A-Ride will go first. 2,000 separated, and one of them is 5. Win light Matrison. 3, get behind 5 to be under by 4 thousandths. Brewster, 5, take 5 is no good. In round 2 of Super Pro, 5, take 5 is no good. He breaks out by 11th thou. He needed to be behind by 2 thou or more. Tough racing conditions here at round number 2 of Flying Rides Trailer Sales Super Pro. Gary Sturgeon and Buddy Goolsby next. Goolsby right-hand side. The Zip Tide S10 dialed in at 660. 498 for Gary Sturgeon's Chassis Dynamics Dragster left side. And Gary's thinking about it a little bit. Buddy Goolsby way out in front. And Goolsby will get the W. 39 take, almost a full second to be above by 3. Gary Sturgeon, if you just look at the scoreboard, made a good pass. 497 with a 7 on a 498 and missed it. Not sure if he flinched or what happened, but the reaction time started with a 1 and then a decimal point. Bad enough when your reaction time starts with a 1 after the decimal point. It's really bad if it doesn't before it. Bubba Hawthorne and Gary Vasquez in an all dragster battle next. 440, the dial in for Bubba Hawthorne on left-hand side out of Memphis, Florida. Gary Vasquez, 473, the dial in on the Budweiser side. Normally, 473 will get you about even with just about anything out here, but he's getting the lead first by over 0.3 of a second. We are clean and green. Let's boogie. Vasquez got a whole shot on the right-hand side. Win like Gary. 12 takes 17 to be above by 2. Hawthorne, 37, also 2 above. At 154 miles an hour, Gabe Vasquez stepped off the loud pedal in time to take 17. He gets the W. He goes to round number 3. Dave Demarest and Bobby Trinnell come up next. Trinnell in the Little Ford Street Roadster on the right side. It's a fiberglass replica. Big block Chevy for power. 533 the dial in right-hand side. 483 the dial in for Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, Florida, the Dragster left side. One light bulb will be the difference. Half a second. 4th thou separate him. Advantage Trinnell in the Street Roadster. Win light Trinnell. 10. Get behind a thou to be dead on 2. 12 pack total. Dave Demarest is 14 and wasting fuel. 14 take 1 to be under by 3. 5 take 5 is no good. 14 take 1 is no good. Dave Demarest, 14 green and wasting fuel. Thanks for playing. Find the trailer, sir. Charles Razor and Jason Graham next. The wheel standing 65 Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville right side. 574 down. He gets a half-second head start from the dragster, Charles Razor. Out of Cali in Florida, the Worthy Chassis dragster left side. 524 dial in. Once again, one light bulb, half a second will be the difference. Once again, delivering as I expect. 5 thou separates an advantage. Door car, win light. Dragster. 9 takes 17, breaks it out by 5 thou per gram. Needed to take 12 or less. Razor puts down a decent lap. 14, dead 7, 21 total. That gave Jason Graham 12 thou to win with. He took 17. So 5 take 5, no good. 14 take 1, no good. 9 take 17, no good. Ouch. And to double check on this one, this is Barry Jones' 67 Camaro right-hand side being wheeled by Flying Brian Jones. The Orange Park, Florida-based trailer salesman, 563 dial on the right-hand side, 447 the dial for the all-black supercharged dragster on the Lucas Oil side. So Lou Hawthorne giving Chase Jones in front. Lou's 14 and 6 now behind on the treat. Win like door car. Jones, 008 get behind 13 to be 1 above 5. It's a 23 back on the window. That gave Hawthorne 9th out to win with. He's 14, take 13 to be under by 4. Need to take 9th out or less. Win like door car. Here's one of your winners from the last race that we ran, I believe on Sunday. He picked up the Super Pro win. This is Randy Banger. Banger on left-hand side, the dragster down in at 490. He gives a head start to the clean 3rd gen Camaro on the right side. Dials in at 626. Randy Banger may be in trouble here. Win like door car. 16 dead 0 locks down Randy Banger, who is 2 under and still doesn't get there first. 16 dead 0 and Banger misses it. Last Sunday's winner is parked for Saturday action. We'll see if he can back up last Sunday's win tomorrow. Here's a good race right here. James Hicks Jr. and Billy Dunn. A couple of guys in dragsters that know how to get stuff done. Billy Dunn out of Leesburg, Florida, left-hand side. 468 the dial in. He'll give the head start to James Hicks Jr. The 3rd generation of the Hicks family racing operation. The Elkin, Florida-based dragster. 510 the dial in on the Budweiser side. He gets the lead first by 42/100ths of a second, just shy of a light bulb on the Christmas tree. Once again, sportsman drivers, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please, for round number 2. Sportsman drivers, I need you to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2. Junior Street, final call, lane number 8 for round 2. Junior Street, round number 2, lane number 8. Both of them missed it a little bit. 13 now separated, advantage right side, win light right side. Both of them match the dial in. James Hicks Jr., 47, take 9 to be dead on 5. Billy Dunn, 60, dead on 1. A 61 pack comes up 9 thou short. It just sounds weird saying that after we said how many good packages lost ahead of time. Now 47, dead 5 gets the job done. Jack Kennedy and James Bunyard. Junior Bunner, right-hand side. The silver Camaro down in 575 out of Dade City, Florida. 668 down for Jack Kennedy in his new pickup truck on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Kennedy gets to go first by about 9/10 of a second. 4th now separated, and one of them is 8. Advantage Kennedy, win light. Kennedy, 4, take 18 to be dead on 4, puts an 8 back on the window. James Bunner is 008 on the tree. That means he has to go dead on the dial with a 0 and hope the 10th thou works out instead. He is 18th thou above. Jack Kennedy, nice job there. 4, dead 4, 8 pack total. Jack Kennedy to round 3. Couple Camaros come up next. John Twain and Bob George. George our round 1 buy run. The 67 show quality Camaro out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, Dallas 671. He'll race the big tire wheel stander of John Twain. Twain out of Jacksonville, Florida. This is his 1995 model Camaro, small block Chevy for power, 594 the dial in. And John Twain cuts Bob George in half. Advantage right side, win like Twain. One above taking 9 thou of stripe, and Bob George just misses it and goes under by 200ths. Neither one of them want to show that dime slip to anybody. Michael Bossy and Ron Schaefer next. Bossy, the drop top 63 Chevy Corvette, Dallas 583 in the big block Chevy powered hot rod left side. Ron Schaefer in the wheel standing Mustang 639 to dial in. 46 thou separates them, and one of them is 3. And it's not the side with the win light. Ron Schaefer, 3 takes 62 to be under by 4 thou. Need to take 58 or less. Michael Bossy, 49, 1 above 2, 61 total, gets him a win land. Rob Hall in the clean show quality worthy wheel standing Malibu right side, and Sherby Powell the small block Camaro. Sherby Powell in control left side on this one. Win light right side. Sherby 19 take 25 to be under by 5 thou. Needed to take 20 or less. Hall 37 dead on 2. Lets the car do the work for him, and he will take a 39 pack to round number 3. Top break for Sherby. 19 take 25 is not a bad lap, but he needed to tighten it up just a little bit. Barry Worrell in the Vega on the left-hand side will come up next. 585 the dial for the George base hard. He'll line up against Roland Alford. This is Corky Alford Jr. The Glen St. Mary, Florida based S10. He got 715 right side. Barry's got 300s in his pocket. The Vegas, he gives chase, win light Vega. 13 get behind 7 thou to be 1 above 7. Puts a 30 back in the window. Roland was 48 on the tree and mathematically ineligible. He breaks it out by 2.5 hundredths, but he had no chance to win as Roel locked him out with a 30 pack. Robbie Little and DJ Coventry next. Coventry, the 67 Chevy Camaro on the left-hand side. He picked up one of the speed champion Wallies here at Gainesville last year. 677 the dial into the Oviedo, Florida-based hot rod. He'll line up with Robbie Little's Yulee, Florida-based Dragster. 512 the dial into the Dragster. Camaro first by over 1 full Christmas tree, 1.65 seconds of handicap. $11,000 separated advantage door car. Win light, not the door car. Little, 24 get behind 17 to go dead on 4. Puts a 28 back in the window. That gets Coventry's 13 tree, 15 thou to win with. He takes 17 and breaks out by 2 thou. Need to take 2 thou less. Take 17, need to take 15 or less. Robbie Little gets the win. Victor Adams and James Kelly Hicks, a 4-time Gainesville track champion on the Budweiser side of the racetrack, making his return after a few years away. The 2014 Miller chassis dials in 448. That'll give 2 full seconds of handicap to Victor Adams. a longtime Gainesville Raceway runner, the Gainesville Florida-based 1989 small block Chevy-powered Pontiac, 648 that Ireland on the left side. Once again, my final call, Sportsman. Final call, Allen Speed Machine Shop, Sportsman cars, lanes 5 and 6. I need my Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes, lane 7 for round number 2, please. Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes, lane number 7, please. Final call for Junior Street. Final call for Junior Street, lane number 8, please. Final call, Junior Street. Junior Street, lane number 8, please. We are clean and green, and Hicks in complete control of this one. Win like Hicks. 16 get behind a foul to go 2 above, and that locks out Victor Adams. 0.50 reaction time and 13 foul under. He took a foul and didn't have any room to operate. James Kelly Hicks to round number 3. This could be an interesting one right here. Ken Grant and Wayne Campbell, the wheel standing S10, the little lipstick colored S10, out of Plant City, Florida, 620 the Island on the right-hand side. He will race. The guy normally we see behind the wheel standing Nova, but has since made the change last year to the Dragster variety out of Tyne, Georgia. Ken Grant wheeling the Dragster left side and has done quite well with it so far. 463 the Island for the Digger. Wheel standing S10 goes first. The pipe rack will give chase. Separated on reaction time advantage. Grant, win light. Grant, 20, take 3 with a bunch of scoop rocks to be above by 2. Wayne Campbell, 40, dead 6. Kind of gave him a little bit to work with there, and Ken Grant takes 3 now for the W. Campbell made the most of it, though, after he missed the Christmas tree just a little bit, but the car made the difference for him. Made for an interesting finish line. 3 thou, that's about a foot. D. Ray Lichty. Out of St. John's, Florida. He's a nurse by trade. Big block Camaro on the right-hand side. 660 to Island. He gets a head start from Robert Treadwell. Treadwell on the third-gen Camaro on the left-hand side. 616 to Island for the Callahan Florida-based hot rod. Treadwell in complete control of this one. 700's advantage in his pocket and win light third-gen. 24 take 44 to be above by 4. D misses it a little bit and is 1 above the number. An interesting matchup next. Big Singer Jr. and Jim Shaw. Big Singer Jr. in a Monza that has been around since the 80s. If you look at the paint scheme, you would pretty much catch that. Funny enough that we actually found a photo of this car in Pennsylvania from the 1980s at Maple Grove Raceway. Somebody who had previously owned it and was trying to find Victor and get some current photos of it. Small block Monza right side out of Summerfield, Val 643. 467 for Jim Shaw of St. John's, Florida. The guy who raced at Rosso Motorsports Park quite a bit when I was growing up before it became PBIR. Good to see the Shaw family up here racing. Monza gets to go first by well over 1 full Christmas tree. If you want to do the math, it's 1.76 seconds. Shaw gives Chase 100th in the hole on reaction time. Win light. Shaw, 16 gets behind 26 to go 1 above with a 5. Puts a 31 pack on the window. Singer, 6 on the tree. Take 26 to be under by a foul. Needed to take 25 or less, but again, when you're getting chased by 37 miles an hour, it's easier said than done. That'll bring up Donnie Hutto and Paul Allen in all Ford starting line, something we don't get to say too often in Super Pro. Jessup Norton-based Mercury Comet, yeah, it's not a Maverick, it's the Mercury Comet right side. Donnie Val 690, 697 for Paul Allen in the Maverick left side. And Donnie Hutto turns in 6 thou red. Paul Allen was ready, he's 6 thou green. Brody T champion from last year will go to round number 3, runs 701 on the 697. Donnie Hutto breaks it out by 45 thousandths of a second for good measure after you turn on the red light. That'll bring up Haley Wright and Aaron Reynolds. Haley Wright out of Middleburg, a 2001 undercover chassis dragster. She's on the right-hand side of the racetrack, 515th at Island. Aaron Reynolds out of Melbourne, Florida, the junior dragster rejected now house car here at Gainesville Raceway, 619th at Island left side. right in control on this one on reaction time. Look for the drop, wind, light, Haley, double breakout. 005 get behind by 7th down to be under by 3. Nice lap for Haley Wright Reynolds, misses it, and that doesn't happen too often, and breaks out by 38th down. A.A. Rod loses an entry on that one. Jerry McGill and Darren Stubbs next. McGill out of Middleburg in the dragster left-hand side. 494 the down, and Darren Stubbs out of Green Coast Springs is a body man by trade. This is a real deal 1940 Willys. I mean, don't get me wrong, it makes a cool-looking hot rod, but I don't think it has the best visibility for Super Pro. 633 cubic inch big block Chevy 539 dial on the right side. Darren's in complete control of this one, almost 2/10 on the reaction time. And he'll get the win line, 544 on the 539. Jerry McGill just missed it. And breaks it out by 3,000 for good measure. I mean, if you're going to miss it, then go ahead and do something on the opposite end to make us talk about that too. I see Danielle Mockney walking up, so this must be Roy Hagedorn again. Roy, who is already heading for round number 3 in Super Pro Bike, now doubling down and lining up here for round number 2 of Super Pro Car. The Venice, Florida-based Kawasaki will dial in 564, 487 for Kirk Carlson in the S&W hardtail dragster on the right-hand side. Literally looks like a Tom Fueler wing from like the 1980s. They were about that high. Roy off the line first. Dragster going to give Jason. Roy's got lots of room to work with here. Win light Hagedorn. 018 take over a 10th to be above by 8. Kurt misses it and is under by 22 now and still is nowhere getting there first. Roy's reaction time started with a 0 and Kurt's didn't, and that's step number 1. If you want to beat a guy who has a resume like Roy Hagedorn, your reaction time needs to start with a 0. Nick Brown and Mike Young next. Young in the Plymouth right side, 636 dial, and Brown and Camaro down 608. This one will be good. 2,000 separates him. Advantage Camaro. Win light. Camaro. 9 take 9 get behind 37 to go dead on 3. Nick Brown puts 12 total together. Mike Young is 11 take 37 to be under by 36. He was 11 and had 1,000 to take. Nick Brown puts 12 total together. Mike Young is 11 on the tree. That's a tight drag race right there. Derek Brewster back around in his second entry. The Georgia-based driver, but Gainesville, Florida-based Malibu. 731 dial in. Glenn Newman says, I like that 731 dial in. I'll match it. The Johnny Killer with the LS swapped Vegas Station wagon. 731 dial in's a pair. And Glenn Newman's might be in trouble here. Brewster, 006. Win light. Brewster, 6. Get behind 4th now to be above by 12 now. Puts an 18 back on the window. Newman's 25 on the tree. Take 4 to be under by 11 though. He had no room to take. So Newman's takes an entry to round number 3. And Brewster will take an entry to round number 3. Once again, my final call for Junior Street. Final call for Junior Street. I need you now. Final call, Junior Street. Lane number 8, please. Final call, Junior Street. Final call, Junior Street. Lane number 8. Final call, Sportsman Eliminator. Final call, Allen Speed Machine Shop. Sportsman Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Pro Bike. Final call, Pro Bike. I need you to lane 7, please. Final call, Pro Bike. Final call, Pro Bike. I need you to lane 7, please. All right, Kelly and Jason Graham next. Graham back around on his second entry in the wheel standing 65 Chevy 2, 572 dial. And Ari Kelly dials the undercover in at 495 right side. And for Graham, he turns it red by 4th down. And Kelly will lay down a perfect lap, 495.0 on the 495. He matches the dial in. He's up 26 on the tree though, so I misspoke slightly on the perfect lap. My apologies. The car laid down a good run. Tough break for Jason Graham. 2 up, 2 down for him. Flying Ryan Jones back around on his second entry entry in the Camaro, the family Camaro, dial in 563 left-hand side. He'll face Samuel Darson. Darson on the green coat, Springs, Florida, right-hand side, 546 the dial in on the two-wheeler. So Camaro gets to go first by 17 hundredths of a second. I don't think we quite dial in 17 thousandths. I don't think we're going out to 3 digits yet. About 100 separate him, and the bike is going to clip the cone. Flying Brian Jones was in a little bit of trouble, let go on the starting line. He was 100th behind, but Samuel got a little bit loose and tried to pull it back in and didn't get off the throttle, and unfortunately goes across the center line, and that means instant disqualification. So Flying Brian Jones will get the W. I believe he takes both entries to round number 3. Yep, so unfortunately we've now had 2 people cross the center line, 1 out of each lane. And I believe that brings us down to our bye run, which is sitting in the water box. Alan Rouse, who went out on his first entry, so he'll save the second one as he was trip set perfect on the reaction time in round number 1, and that earned him the bye run. And luckily there's an odd number of cars as of right now, so he will get, as of this moment, a single and keep 1 entry alive for round number 3. So as enticing as they look, ladies and gentlemen, the foam blocks are not like footballs. You're not designed to punt. We want to keep those where they are. So we will reset the reflector and clean up any mess that might have been made when the reflector got hit. And we will be back to action as soon as we can. Alan Rouse is going to take a second in the water box as we reset the box. It should not take us too long to be ready to go one more time. So as soon as that happens, then we will roll over to not only our pro bike, but then Junior Street, and then that'll be followed up by Sportsman Eliminator. Or is it Junior Street, pro bike, and then Sportsman Eliminator? Yep, so Junior Street, motorcycle, and then Sportsman Eliminator. I had a 33% chance of getting it right, and of course I missed it. So Rick looks well rested. He had an entire probably 25 to 30 minutes to relax. He said he almost took a nap, so I'm going to hop back downstairs and see if I can somehow keep 1 entry alive in Sportsman Eliminator. Rick, I'll let you go ahead and call the final lap of Super Pro. That way you can say you technically didn't miss a class.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate you resting there. Good luck to you. All right, so we should hopefully not take too long here. We should be back underway here, so as long as we don't have some pieces to pick up down there. Fortunately, it's just one. We did watch a motorcycle out here take out every one of the cones one night. Like he purposely aimed at them. It was funny. Not really, because we had to clean up and that's cleaned up. Okay, attention to the pits. We can have junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, you can start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, you can start making your way into the lanes. We'll need our 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, and 13 and older in lane 1. You drivers start making your way into the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. back underway here in just a few minutes. Take an opportunity to thank our sponsors out there: Scorpion Racing Products, Flying Ryan Trailer Sales, Rollins Automotive, Allen Speed Machine Shops. Appreciate all those folks doing there, putting up a little bit of money for us so we can have these classes and these races. So we do appreciate them. All right, so this is our buy run here in Super Pro. Alan Roush is 612 dialed in. He'll run up here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, Junior Street, load up. Junior Street, let's get loaded up, ready to go. All right, so Roush is 13 on the tree. Going to go 611, go 7th out under the dial in. And that brings up our Junior Street. All right, so we got Travis Britt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Dodge pickup out of Glen St. Mary. It's 1034 dialed in. And Colson Hayden's going to run over there in the Budweiser lane, 1160 to dial in for the Chevy truck in Grant, Florida. Well, red light start there for Colson is going to give Travis Britt the automatic win. And Britt goes dead on 5 with an 0.29 reaction time, so a good run there, 34,000 pack put together by Travis Britt. Colson goes 1194 on that 1160. And I'll bring up your next pair because we're going to have Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 950 to dial in for the less 10 pickup. And he'll be going against Dylan McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane, 904 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And it's going to be Dylan McNichol getting the win line here as he goes 915 on that 904 dial in. Martin breaks out with a 943 on the 950. Hunter Dowling coming up next, 1090 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Driving the 254, going up against the Super Duty over here on the Budweiser side. This is Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. She's got a 10-10 dialed in. Okay, red light start a pair here, and it's going to be Hunter Dowling getting the win light here as he goes through with the 1085 on that 1090. Molly goes 1022 on her 1010. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the concession stand is going to be closing in about 15 minutes. So if you have not gotten anything and you're looking for something, you've only got about 15 minutes to get back there and get your any drinks or food that you might want out of the pit stop back there. So it's your 15-minute call to get back there and get those things taken care of. All right, Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. Only 8 now separate the two at the start. It's going to be Berger getting the win line here as he goes 12:07 on his 12:01 dial in. And Jeremy Davis goes out with a 9:28 on his 9:21. Jeff Woolham coming up next. 10:11 is the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kevin Cadney coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 8:26 dialed in. He's out of Keystone Heights. And a red line start there by Kevin Cadney is going to give Chuck Woolham the automatic win. Chuck gets a gift here because he was dead late on the tree. That's going to bring up Mom Moats next. 1096 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. 11:45 the dial in for Johnson. Okay. Roy Johnson should have this all taken care of. His thumb was late beyond late. And Johnson does slow it down. He goes 11:73 on that 45 dial in. His thumb loads went 10:92 on his 10:96. And the reaction time starts from the 7. Don't win a whole lot of races. That's going to bring up Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 9:24 is going to be his dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against John Up the Road over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:79 is the dial in for John. He's out of Keystone Heights. 496 on his 879. I'll bring up your buy run here for Dwayne Leachman. Leachman with an 889 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side. All right, Leachman going to go through with a 890 on that 889. So a good run there for Leachman. And license fans coming up here for bike number 1. All right, here we go into Sportsman. And this is an Allen Speed Machine Sportsman category. And let's see, we got Scott DeLeon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to have 1218 dialed in, going against John Lamdola in the Pontiac Firebird. He'll run over there in Budweiser lane. And it looks like Lamb is going to have a 13 flat dialed in. Okay, here we go. We got a clean light starting both lanes. And it looks like getting down the stripe. Looks like Scott DeLeon is going to get the win light if he don't break out. And he does 12:27 on 12:18. All right, attention on the pits, attention to pits. If you see an arm restraint laying around out in the pit area or in the staging lanes, I have a driver in need of it. So if you see an arm restraint laying out there in the pit area or in the staging lanes, please bring it up to the second floor of the tower before I can get it back to its rightful owner, please. All right, Dick Brinkley got the win light here as he went 1185 in that old Dodge. Took out Daniel Davis. Mark Van Gillian turns on the red light over here. This is the automatic win to Brett Veneman. Veneman in the GTO out of Jacksonville. He's got a 1293 dial in. And he goes through the 1290. And we have Dennis Harsh next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. we go. Dennis Harsh over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Steve Strickland over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, one of them's real good, and one of them is a little bit tardy. And all right, Sportsman Eliminator, y'all pull up to the front here, please. Sportsman Eliminator, pull up to the front of the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Lisa Remba coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 13:37, the 9 in for the Cuda. Going against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's 16.93 is the 9 in for the Chevy pickup truck. And your win line's coming off for Lisa Remba on a double breakout. He'll move on into the next round. All right, Sportsman, let's move the cars up. Oh, see, we got to jump a couple of them out there, looks like. I need Sportsman. Start moving your cars up to the head of the staging lanes, please. Sportsman, move your cars up to the head of staging. All right, here we go. We got Amber Max coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:72 is going to be the 9 in for the Chevy Camaro out of Gainesville. She'll be running up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:44 is going to be the 9 in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Stark, Florida. All right, here we go. Lights are on the way down. Red light start there for Amber Maps. Going to get the automatic win here to Mitch Gunner. Mitch on a 13:44 dial in. Let's see what he's going to do on the top end. He's going to go through with a 13:47 on that 44 dial in. So a good run there for Mitch as he moves on into round number 3. He's going to bring up Cleve Egerton next. 12:27 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:48 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got about 55 mile difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe here. Win light's going to come on down here for Salyers as he goes through with a 12:55 on that 12:48. As Egerton goes out with a 12:30 on his 12:27. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 12:09 is going to be the dial in on the Dodge Charger. Going up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flat is going to be the dial in. He's out of Providence, Florida. And red line start there for Clint Wilson is going to give Barrier the automatic win. And Barrier goes through the 12:01 on that 12:09. Clint went 11:54 on his 11 flat. That's That's going to bring up Corky Bumpus next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the four-door wagon. Going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy C10 pickup truck. All right, so Corky over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got 1172 dialed in. Kenny Hires with 1105 dialed in on his Chevy truck. And we got Corky turns it red. I'm going to give the automatic win here to Kenny Hires. And Kenny goes through with 1102 on his 1105 dial. Then Bumpus goes 1170 on 1172. Okay, that's going to bring up Chris Courtney next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Rick Smith over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so Courtney with 1115 dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Trans Am. He'll be going up against Rick Smith out of Green Cove with the Pontiac Firebird over here on the Budweiser side. Smith with a 1319 dial in. 1115 is the dial in for Chris Courtney. Okay, one of them's pretty good, one of them's pretty late. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Chris Courtney as he goes 1123 on that 1115 dial in. As Smith goes out with a 1324 on his 1319. Okay, that's going to bring up Monica Roberts next over here. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track with a 1259 dial in. Chris Lagana over here in the Budweiser lane's got a 1325 dial in. Okay, real light start there for Monica. He's going to get Chris Lagana the automatic win light here. And Chris goes to the 1333 on that 1325 dial in. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Going up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. 1210 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He is out of Gainesville. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And your win light's going to come on over there for Chad King on a breakout by Dawson Bass. Bass had a better reaction time. King was dead late. So he gets a gift here from Dawson Bass. That's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1118 is going to be the dial in. He's in the Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against Marcus Cruz over here in Budweiser lane. Marcus with a 1913 dial in. So Marcus getting a head start here. Bob's going to have to be extremely patient as he is going to be waiting almost a full 8 seconds before he can take off and start chasing the Dodge truck. All right, so Marcus is off and running. Lights finally coming down for Bob, and a red light start there by Marcus is going to give Hodgson the automatic win. And Hodgson goes to 11:05 on that 11:18. That's going to bring up Derek Putnam next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:69 is the dial in for Pontiac Firebird. He'll run up against Jen Robards over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:95 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. And a red light start there by Jen Robards is going to give Derek Putnam the automatic win. So Putnam goes through 11:65 on that 69 dial in. As Robards goes dead on 3, but unfortunately she pulled the trigger too early. All right, so here we go with the juniors. All right, here we go to our junior dragsters. This is the 6 to 9-year-olds. And we're going to have Hudson Mats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 14:14 is going to be the dial in. And he'll be running up against Brinley Holdaway. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 12:10 dialed in. All right, attention and piss, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow go 3 and 4. Bronze Automotive Pro Eliminator. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. And it looks like Riley Holderway is going to get the win line here, 12:53 on her 12:10 dial in. As Hudson Max goes out with 14:21 on his 14:14 dial in. That'll bring up Kylie Mockney next, 11:96 to dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. And right up against Shaw Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane, 11:90s to dial in. He's out of Lake Butler. All right, here we go. We got another clean green line start. Looks like about 34 thou separating these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Kylie Mockney getting the win line here. She goes dead on 2, picks up the win. Shaw Daniels goes out with 11:99 on his 11:90 dial in. All right, Sierra Henry coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Tanner Mockney will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. 897 is going to be the dial in there for Kylie. 905 the dial in for Tanner. Okay, and they're off. It looks like you got 52 thou, 51 thou difference at the starting line. And in the stripe, it's going to be Sierra Hayden getting the win line here. She goes 9 flat on that 897. Tanner Mockney goes 915 on his 905. Ryan Cook coming up next. 901 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. You're right up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Elton, Florida. He's got a 912 dialed in. All right, 33 thou difference at the starting line. And your win line's going to come on for Hicks. 913 on a 912 dial in. As Cook goes out with a 907 on a 901. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 907 is going to be his dial in. Here right up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 898 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for Pro Eliminator. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 22, please. Overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes 22. Need Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro motorcycles. Need you to staging lane number 7, please. Okay, red light start there for Lincoln's going to give Aaron Kennedy the automatic win. And Aaron goes to the 903. He's 907. Lincoln went 895 on an 898. Ryder Morse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 916 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Weston Daniel over there at the Budweiser lane. 898 is going to be his dial in. All right, 32 now. Separate these two at the starting line. And at the stripe on a double breakout, Ryder Morse is going to get the win lights. He goes 914 on a 916. Weston Daniel went 895 on his 898. Xander Cook coming up next, 909 to dial in. He's over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll going up against Scarlett Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 930 dialed in. Red light start here by Hicks is going to give Xander Cook the automatic win. And Xander goes 9 flat on that 909. That'll bring up Briella Browning next. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. She's got an 896 dialed in. Right up against Caden Holdaway over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is going to be his dial in. Red light start for Caden Holdaway is going to give Briella Browning the automatic red light. And she goes through with an 891 on her 896. Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 903 is going to be the dial in. Going against Johnny Moxley over here in Budweiser lane. Got an 897 dialed in. looks like we got a 79 difference here at the starting line. And Carson Murphy is going to get the win line. 9:05 on a 9:03.9. Good run there for Carson. As Moxley goes 9 flat on his 8:97. Blake Jones coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9:04 is going to be the dial in. And here up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:90 is going to be her dial in. All right, need Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need y'all back to lane 7, please. All right, got a clean start here between Blake Jones and Molly Banger. It looks like we got about 87 pound difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Blake Jones getting the win line here, 9:07 on his 9:04 as Molly breaks out with an 8:88 on her 8:90 dial in. That'll bring up Hunter Dowling next. 8 flat's going to be the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. And Allison Reynolds will be over here in Budweiser lane. 8:11 is going to be her dial in. Red line start there by Hunter Dowling. He's going to get the automatic win here to Allison Reynolds. 8:06, 8:08 is the dial, was Allison's run. She was 8:11, but is the win line nonetheless. That's going to bring up Dylan McNichol. 8:01 is going to be his dial in Northport, Florida. Dylan goes through with a 7:96 on that 8:01. All right, well, that wraps up round 2. So we're getting ready to go to round 3. We're going to do a little prep on the raceway first. I'm looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, the lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to staging lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to staging lane number 7, please. take an opportunity to thank some of our sponsors like Scorpion Racing Products, Made in the USA, for domestic applications, shaft step, pedestal mount, based in Ocala. In-house anodizing department, custom anodizing is available. So Scorpion Racing Products, make sure you need something for those folks, get in touch with them. I'm thinking Blind Brian Trailer Sales, located in Orange Park. This is your spot for all trailer sales. Open race trailers, custom trailers, and more. Stop by and check out what's on the lot, or give them a call, 904-371-9791. Rollins Automotive has a rich history in the speed custom business, founded in 1974 in Fort Myers, Florida by Chip and Nancy Rollins. Business now has second generation ownership with son Jason Rollins, and is in Gainesville, Florida. Stop by or call today for any automotive repair and enhancement needs. Also like to thank Allen's Speed Machine Shop for sponsoring the sportsman class. This is hot rod parts, motorcycle parts, third party parts, fuel, race fuels, Amsoil dealer, four-wheel drive parts, and more. So get in touch with Allen's Speed Machine over in Jacksonville. They'll be glad to help you out. So thank all those folks for their kind support. Also want to remind everybody, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, the Racers for Christ having a non-denominational chapel service up here on the third floor of the Timing Tower. That will be at 8 o'clock in the morning. So chapel service 8 a.m. on the third floor of the tower. Make sure you make your plans to attend. 3. Andy Lindsay's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 671 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. Going up against Jeremy Davis up here in Budweiser Lane. 593 is his dial in. He's on Palm Coast, Florida. Yeah, red line start there by Jeremy Davis is going to give Andy Lindsay the automatic win. And Andy goes through dead on with a 9. He had no 21 reaction time. He puts the 30 back together. Jeremy was up 22 red. All right, going to bring up our next pairs. We got Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 615 is going to be his dial in. Right up against Mike French over here in Budweiser Lane. 633 to dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, looks like we have 22,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Brendan George getting the win line here. As Brendan goes 616 on his 615 dial in. French breaks out by 3,000. I'll bring up Kevin Roberts next. 748 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 710 is his dial in on the 89 S10. And red light start there for Alford is going to give Kevin Roberts the automatic win light. And Kevin goes through the 749 on his 748 dial. That brings up Tim Nelson next. 636 to dial in for the 1970 Dodge Challenger. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against Tom Courtney over there in the Budweiser lane. 656 to dial in for the Trans Am out of High Springs. Okay, win line's going to come all the way up for Tim Nelson as he goes through the 637 on his 36 dial in. Tom Courtney miles out with a 659 on his 656. Reed Farrar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 66 GTO going up against Steve Welsh. He's out of Ocala with a 75 Duster. Welsh with a 686 dial in, 651 is the dial in for the GOAT. Alright, so we got a clean green line starting both lanes, and the win line's coming off for Reed Farrar as he goes 651 with a 3 on his 51 dial in. Good run there for him. He puts a 44 pack together there. Steve Welsh breaks out with a 685 on his 686, breaks out with 7,000. Ken Grant coming up next. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Going going up against Alan Dillman over there in the Budweiser lane, 678 dial in for this Big Chip Camaro. And red line start there for Dillman's going to get Grant the automatic win. And Grant goes through with a 569 with a 72 dial in. Dillman went 682 with a 678. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 701 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Chris French here in the Budweiser lane. 623 is the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. He's out of Ocala. All right, got 64,000 difference at the starting line. And Scott DeLong is going to get the win. DeLeon gets the win line here on a double breakout as he breaks out by about 14,000. Chris broke out by a ton. That brings up David Gaspar next, 660 to dial in on the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Port St. Lucie. And going up against Mike Young over there in the Budweiser lane, 632 to dial in for the Barracuda. Okay, one of them's pretty good, one of them's really late. One is pretty good, just won the race. Mike Young gives 641 on his 632, picks up a win light. As David Gaspar went 665 on his 660. We can't see the deal on that on the top end. All right, Robert Treadwell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 617 is his dial in, going up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 755 is the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. She's out of Gainesville. Okay, so we got green light starts in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes 621 on a 17 dial in. Leah goes out with a 760 on her 755. Bill Green coming up next. 604 the dial in on the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. Going out against Larry McClendon over here in the Budweiser lane. 688 is the dial in for the Plymouth. Okay, looks like they're about 57,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe here. Win line's coming off for Bill Green as he goes through the 608 on that 604 dial in. McClendon here a little closer to the dial in as he was 689 on his 688, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. Cleve Egerton coming up next. 777 the dial in for the 72 Challenger. And coming up against Dan Warren over here in the Budweiser lane. 643 the dial in for the S10. Red line start there for Cleve Egerton is going to give Dan Warren the automatic win. And Warren goes dead on forward, gets the win line. Egerton broke out with a 774 of his 77 dial in. That's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. 679 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Here we're up against Lisa Remba over here in the Budweiser lane. 847 is going to be the dial in for the Barracuda. All right, so we got a clean green line start. Looks like 90,000 difference at the starting line. Gaffney's going to get the win line here as he goes 696 on his 679. As Lisa Remba slowed to an 877 on his 847. Martin and Gillian coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melrose, Florida, going up against David Sink over here in the Budweiser Lane, he's got a 699 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start for both lanes. Looks like we got 33,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Mark getting the win line here. 673 on his 668. His David goes out for a 702. All right, attention to the best. Need the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to each of the lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Paul Allen over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Brett Donovan. And the wing line's going to come on down there for Paul Allen as he goes through the 699 on his 698 dial in as Brett broke out by 3,000ths. And that's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 695 is his dial in. Going up against Robbie Hoxton over there in the Budweiser lane. 619 is going to be his dial in. And we got a green light starting both lanes. And it's going to double breakout. It's going to be Robbie Hodgson picking up the win light here as he goes 617 on a 19 dial in. And your buy run coming up here next for Travis Marchand. 586 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's out of Keystone Heights. Once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro to the lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to each of the lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Junior Street, need you to lane 8, please. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8, please.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best.
Here we go. We got Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Richard Holder here in the Budweiser lane. 556 is his dial in. All right, we got green light starting both lanes. And at the the stripe, it's going to be Richard Holder getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6. He gets the win line. Sammy goes 564 on his 60 dial in. The margin of victory, ladies and gentlemen, 0-0-0-1. All right, Kevin Kennedy coming up next out of Keystone. 535 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 563 dialed in. And it looks like we've got about 23 pound difference at the starting line. And in the stripe is going to be Kevin Kennedy getting the win line here, 538 on a 535. As Hagedorn goes out with a 564 on his 563. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 585 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Running up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. Leachman with a 560 dial in. Okay, 8,000 separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line comes up from Dwayne Leachman as he was 561 on that 560 dial in. And Schmidt goes out with a 587 on his 585. All right, need Junior Street. Junior Street, back to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, need you back to lane 8, please. Super Pro, he should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, he should be in lanes 1 and 2. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brand trailer sales. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we're running your class right now. You're late. Super Pro, need you in lanes 1 and 2. Come on now. Need Junior Street in lane 8. Junior Street, you're needed in lane 8. Have the street by Pro Motorcycles, you come to lane 7. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Troy Walker over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 678 is his dial in. Going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. Wind light's going to come on for Williams. 748 on a 25 dial in. All right, Alan Roush coming up next. 612 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going against the Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 626 dial in. Red line start there by Alan Roush. He's going to get the automatic win for the Camaro. And he goes through the 624 on that 626. All right, Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 487 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Ari Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 463 dialed in. Red line start by Brendan George is going to give the automatic win here to Ari Kelly. Kelly goes 465 with a 63 dial in as Brendan went 501 on a 487. Nick Brown coming up next. 607 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Orange Park. And here up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 497 dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. All right, once again, Super Pro. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Pro, you need it in the lanes. Be Junior Street to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go, the stripe in lane. Dave Hicks, 498 over 497. As Nick Brown breaks out by 1/1000 of a second. Charles Racer coming up next. He's got a 524 dialed in on his dragster out of Callahan. He'll go up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 563 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Orange Park. Okay, 3,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes dead on one and gets the win line. As Racer went 530 on his 24 dial in. All right, got a pair of Vegas coming up here next. We got Barry Rao over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 585 is his dial in. He'll go up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. Glenn with a 731 dial in. All right, looks like got about 16 now separating the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Barry Rowell getting the win line here as he goes 585 on a 9 with his 85 dial in. Glenn goes out with a 733 on his 731 dial in. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the Mazda truck out of Middleburg. Going up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 540 is going to be the dial in for the 1940 Willys. 670 on that 668. He was 012 on the tree. His studs was behind on the Christmas tree, and car went 542 on his 540. All right, Derek Brewster coming up next. 731 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 449 is his dial-in. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here as he goes 450 on that 449. As Brewster breaks out with a 729 on the 731. Michael Bossy coming up next up here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 584 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 510 dial in. All right, and clean start for both drivers. Here we go at the stripe, and it's going to be James Hicks Jr. getting the win line here on his 510 dial in. His boss was dead on 3, but he can't seal the deal. He's 066 to an 037. Ken Grant coming up next. 463 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Rob Hall over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. It's going to be Rob Hall getting the win here. He goes 624 on that 623 dial in. He was 008 on the tree. Grant goes out with a 664 on his 663. He was 015. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 617 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Robbie Little over there in the Budweiser lane. 511 is his dial in. All right, 3,000 separated the two, 4,000 separated the two at the starting line, and on a double breakout, Robbie Little is going to get the win line here as he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Treadwell broke out by 4,000. Jim Shaw coming up next. 466 is going to be his dial in. He'll go here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Buddy Goolsby, he'll go here in the Budweiser lane. 662 is his dial in. All right, 2,000 separates the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Jim Shaw getting the win line here. Goes 466 for the 3 on his 66 mile in. Goolsby goes 463 on his 62. All right, Paul Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 696 going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. Here we're up against Gary Vasquez over here in Budweiser lane. Vasquez with a 473 dial in. All right, Paul Allen gets the win line here as he goes dead on 8 with a 008 reaction time. He puts a 16th mile pack together. Vasquez was 019, was dead on 6. Haley Wright coming up next. 514 is going to be her dial in. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Bobby Trudell there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 533 dialed in on his 33 Ford. All right, 4,000 separates these two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and your win line's going to come on for Haley Wright on a double breakout. She'll be moving on into the next round. All right, Roy Hagedorn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be right up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. Dwayne with a 593 dial in, 563 to dial in for Hagedorn. All right, looks like we have 19,000 separates the two in the starting line, and it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Brian Jones next. He's out of Orange Park. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 562 dial in. Here running against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 494 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster out of Jacksonville. All right, we got a clean green line starting. Here we go. And at the stripe, it's going to be Ari Kelly getting the win line here. 495 on a 494 dial in is Jones Slogo at 569 on his 562. All right, Mike Rising coming up next. He's got a 664 dial in on his Chevy 2. Mike goes through with a 668 on his 664, and that will wrap up round 3 of Super Pro as we now go into round 3 of Junior Street. All right, so this is our semifinals here in Junior Street. All right, so here we go with our semifinals in Junior Street. We're going to have Hunter Dowling over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in for the big Ford F-250. And he'll run up against Dylan McNichol over there in the Budweiser lane. 605 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Northport, Florida. Okay, so they're off and running, and one's pretty good, one's a little tardy. Let's see how this works out down on the top end. And it works out like it should. Dylan McNichol gets the win line here as he goes 912 on that 905. He was 044. His Hunter Dowling goes out with a 1104 on his 1090. Reaction time is 145. Travis Britt Jr. coming up next on the Glen St. Mary 1034 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side. Alright, so Britt goes through with a 1029 on that 34 dial in, so that wraps up our semifinals there in the Junior Street. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragsters, need you make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragsters. Need you make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Alright, Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1207 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1145 is going to be his dial in. Okay, red line started there by Larry Berger is going to give Roy Johnson the automatic win. Roy Dawson goes through an 11.63 on the 45 dial. Okay, red light start there by Chuck Williams. Going to get Dwayne Leach from the automatic red light. All right, license pass here on motorcycle number 1. And it goes 10:33. All right, so we're getting ready to go over here to Sportsman. Once again, looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you to make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Jeff Barrier coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane, 1250. He's going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Gainesville. They're around against Brett Penniman over here in the Budweiser Lane, 1290, the dial in for the GTO out of Jacksonville. All right, here goes Chad King next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1207 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser Lane. 1250 is the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Okay, Sayers goes dead on forward with a 006 reaction time. He puts a 10 thou back together. Chad King goes 061, goes 1208 on that 1207. All right, comes Dick Brinkley next out of Ocala, driving to Plymouth over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. He's got 1184 dialed on him. Going up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser Lane. 11 flat the dial in for the Chevy truck out of Hawthorne. And double red light flag starts here. The win line's going to come on for Brinkley into Plymouth. Here goes Chris Lagana. Got a 1325 dialed in on the 67 Camaro. He's out of Wearsdale, Florida. Here right up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 1347 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And 99,000 difference at the starting line. And the win line's going to come down there for Mitch Gunner as he goes through 1348 on his 1347. As Chris goes out with a 1331 on his 1325 dial in. Chris Courtney comes up next. 11:15 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He'll be going up against Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flats the dial in for Bob. Okay, here we go to stripe, and your win line's going to come on down there for Bob Hoxton as he goes 11:01 on the 11 flat dial in as Courtney breaks out with an 11:11 on his 11:15. Lisa Remba coming up next, 13:37 the dial in for the Plymouth Barracuda. He's out of Inverness, Florida. Going out against Scott Leon over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:17 is the dial in for the 1980 Malibu. Okay, clean and green on both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Looks like it's going to be Scott DeLeon getting the win line down there as he is doing the 12:18 on 12:17. As Ripper breaks out. Derek Putnam coming up next. 11:68 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Steve Strickland over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11:72 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. All right, once again, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Red line start there by Strickland. It's going to get the automatic win here to Derek Putnam. And Putnam's going to go through with a 11:62 on that 68 dial in. And Strickland goes 11:68 on a 72. looks like this is our final round here of the 6 to 9-year-olds, and we're going to have a couple of young ladies duking it out. And so we got Kylie Mockney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1196 is her dial in. And Bradley Holdaway is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. And she's got a 1230 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start in 3 thousandths. Is all that separates the two at the starting line, so this will be a close one. And win line's going to come on for Kylie Mockney, 1203 on that 1196. As Holdaway goes out with a 1245 on the 1230. They were 105 and 108 on the tree. All right, so we're going to step it up just a little bit here to the intermediate kids. Blake Jones over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 908 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. Going up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 913 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Steve Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into staging lanes 1 and 2 for round 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 for round 4. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes, please. All right, red line start there by Blake Jones. He's going to get Wyatt Hicks the automatic red line. Hicks goes 920 on a 913 dial in. Blake goes 918 on his 908 dial in. That's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy next. 907 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Then we're going up against Sierra Hayes over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 897 dial in. Alright, we're going to clean green line start in both lanes. And here we go, the stripe here. Wind lights coming on down there for Sierra Hayes, 903 on her 897. As Aaron goes out with a 913 on his 907 dial in. Carson Murphy coming up next. 903 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Gabriella Browning will be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 896 dial in. 5. And Gabriella was 016 on the Christmas tree. Rider Horse coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 913 dialed in. Going up against Sander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 904 dialed in. Okay, here we go to the stripe here, and it's going to be Rider Horse getting the win light as he goes 921 on a 913. Sander Cook brings out with a 901 and a 904. That's going to bring in Dylan McNichol next. And Allison Reynolds. Dylan with a 799 dial in. Allison with a 811 dial in. All right, once again, I need Ron's Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Need Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Now, Lee, this is going to be your final round here in the 13 and older group. Okay, we have a clean start in both lanes. Looks like it's about a 64,000 difference at the starting line, though. And at the stripe, it's going to be Allison Reynolds getting the win light here at 814 on an 811 dial in. As Dylan McNichol goes 8 flat on a 799. But Allison got him on the Christmas tree as she was 012 to an 076. All right, once again, Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, here we go. Round number 4. So, roll eliminator. We got Andy Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 671 is going to be the mile in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. And he's going to run up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's out of Keystone Heights. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like about 39 miles separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be Marchand getting the win light here as he goes dead on 3 with a 002 reaction time. He puts a 5 mile pack together. Lindsay breaks out with a 670 on a 671. Bart Pangillian coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Mike Young, he's over here in the Budweiser lane. 632 the dial in for this Barracuda. Okay, looks like we got about a 40 mile difference at the starting line here. And it's going to be Bart Pangillian getting the win line here. 670 on a 668. Mike Young goes out with a 636 on his 632. Brendan George coming up next. 614 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Dan Warren over here in the Budweiser lane. 643 is going to be his dial in. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And in the stripe, it's going to be Dan Warren getting the win line here as he goes 643 with an 8 on the 43 dial in. Brendan goes out with a 615 on his 614 dial in. Tim Nelson coming up next. 635 the dial in for the 1970 Dodge Challenger. Going up against the 69 Chevy Camaro of Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. Roberts with a 748 dial in. All right, got a clean start, 33 down difference at the starting line. Kevin Roberts is going to get the win line here, 749 on a 48 dial in, as Nelson breaks out with a 624 on his 635 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next, 650 is the dial in for the 66 GTO. He'll run up against Robbie Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. Robbie with a 617 dial in. Red line start by Reed Farrar is going to get the automatic win here to Hoxton. Hoxton goes 612 on his 17 dial in. Reed with 651 on the 650. Ken Grant coming up next. 571 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Going up against Scott DeLeon over here in the Budweiser lane. 697 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. All right, attention in the pits. Nick Flying, Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Red light start there by Ken Grant. It's going to give Scott Leon the automatic win. Leon goes dead on 7 and gets the win. I'm going to work on that reaction time, though. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 680 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. Going up against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. 695 is the dial in for the 72 Maverick. All right, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe and red lights coming off for Paul Allen. 696 on the 95 dial in. Let's go bring up Bill Green next. 604 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. And Robert Treadwell over here in the Budweiser lane has got a 616 dial in on his Chevy Camaro. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, need my finalist to lane 8. Junior Street, need you back to lane 8. All right, perfect reaction time there for Phil Green. And he goes 609 on a 604 as Treadwell runs dead on 2, but he's 100 on the tree. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go here to the Super Pro motorcycles. And looks like we're going to have Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 559 is going to be his dial in. When he gets Richard Boulder over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 556 dial in. Looks like it's about 29,000 difference. It's going to be Leachman getting the win light here. 561 on a 559 dial, and he was 006 on the tree. Boulder breaks out by 9 thousandths. And Byron coming up here for Kevin Cadby out of Keystone Heights. He's got a 535 dial in. All right, so we're getting down to crush time. Fixing to have some pictures over here in the winner's circle. So make sure you get with Thomas Gaines so he can get your pictures made and give you all the particulars that you'll need to get those photos in your hands. So make sure you get with Thomas before you leave so you can get your photos taken care of. All right, so once again, we're looking for Junior Street back to lane 8. Junior Street needs you back to lane 8. These street bikes back to 7. Super Pro, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman needs you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Lucas Oil side of the track, 512 is going to be the dial in. Should be going up against Ari Kelly over here at Budweiser Lane. 463 is going to be the dial in for Kelly. Okay, well, we got a clean green light start. It's going to be Kelly getting the win light here as he goes 470 on a 463. Haley went 513 on her 512, but she got behind on the Christmas tree. Chad Kennedy coming up next, 668 is his dial in. He's out of Middleburg, driving the Mazda pickup truck. And he's going up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 564 is his dial in. Okay, well, we got, looks like 8,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe, and Chad Kennedy's going to get the win lights. He goes 670 on a 668. And Ryan Jones goes up with a 567 on his 564. Jim Shaw coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against James Dixon Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 509 dialed in. All right, looks like we're about to get all ready to go here. And we got a close one here. 7,000 separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Shaw getting the win light. 465 with a 1 on a 465 with a 002 reaction time. He puts up a 3-thou pack. And Hicks goes dead on with an 8 with a 009 reaction time. He has a 17-thou pack. Pretty close race there. That's going to bring up Paul Allen next. 693 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And James Kelly Hicks is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 449 dialed in. All right, we got a clean start both lanes, but here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Paul Allen getting the win line here as he goes 695 on his 93 dial in. Kelly goes dead on 2. Cannot get the win line to come on as Paul Allen put the old shot on him. Okay, that's going to bring up Brandon Williams next. 742 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against David Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 497 is his lane, his dial in. All right, red line start there by David Hicks is going to give Brandon Williams automatic win. Brandon goes 743 on his 42 dial in. That's going to bring up Barry Rowell next. 584 is going to be the dial in for the little baby out of Nahunta, Georgia. He'll go against Robbie Lillard. He's out of Yulee, Florida. He's got a 509 dialed in over here in the Budweiser lane. We got 14,000 difference in the starting line. Let's see how it comes out now at the top end. This is going to be the Vega getting the win lines. He goes 10 on 0 with a 004 reaction time, a 4th down back together for Barry Rowell. Takes out Robbie Little, who broke out by 4 thousandths. All right, Mike McRisen coming up next. So here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 665 is the dial in for the Nova out of Brooksville. Going up against the Camaro from Jacksonville. This is John Dwayne. He's got a nice 92 dialed in. All right, we got 15,000 difference in the starting line here. And it's going to be Mick Rising getting the win line, 666 on a 665. Picks up the win. He was 001 on the tree. John Dwayne goes dead on 5, but he's 016 on the tree. All right, attention to the bids. Ari Kelly, need you back to the lanes, please. Ari Kelly, need you back to the lanes. All right, here we go. So we got Ari Kelly coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 494 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster. He'll be going against Rob Hall. He's out of Dade City, Florida, 623 the dial in for the Malibu. Okay, looks like I got a mini staging duel going on out here. All right, Nick Parkins coming up here with my run. He's got a 624 dial in on the Camaro. All right. Need my pro motorcycles back to the lanes. Sportsmen, need you in the lanes. Sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. I need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. All right, here we go with our junior street final round. We're going to have Travis Britt Jr. over here in the Budweiser, in the Lucas Oil lane. 1034 is going to be his dial in, going against Dylan McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane. 906 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. clean green line start in both lanes. And the win line is going to come on for Travis Britz. He goes 10:39 on a 10:34. Dylan breaks out with a 9 flat on a 9:06. All right, here we go. The semifinals of the street bikes, pro bikes. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 925 is going to be his dial in. Here we're up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 887 is going to be his dial in. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go to Sportsman. All right, here we go back into Sportsman. And we got Mitchell Gunner coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1347 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of start, going up against Brett Betterman over here in the Budweiser lane. 1287 is the dial in for the GTO out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a green light starting both lanes. Looks like it's going to be about 43,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe here. Wind light's going to come on down there for Brett Benjamin, as he goes through with a 12.92 on that 12.87 dial in, as Mitch Gunner breaks out with a 13.33 on his 13.47 dial in. Derek Putnam coming up next. 11.65 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's going to run up against Scott DeLeon over here in the Budweiser lane. 12.17 is the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Okay, hang on to it. All right. Scott DeLeon went red, and that car started heading over towards the center line. He got out of it. Lane line's going to come on down there for Derek Putnam as he goes through the 12.37 on 11.65. And that's going to bring up your next pair. And we're going to wait on that car to clear the track down there, as he may have experienced some problems down there. His car is slowed way down. And he may be actually coming to a stop down there on the track. We may have to send somebody down there to check that out. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flat is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against Dick Brinkley out of Ocala, Florida, in his 65 Plymouth. He's got 1184 dialed in. Red light start here for Dick Brinkley. He's going to get Bob Loxton, the automatic red light. Loxton goes through 1136 on that 11 flat dial in. Brinkley went 1177. Byron coming up here next for Dan Salyers. Salyers with a 1249 dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, looking, attention in the pits, need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, if there's any left. All right, looks like I got a test hit coming up here for Big Singer. The Big Singer goes down through there with a 1050 at 5 miles an hour. All right, once again, looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Alright, so here we go. We got Sierra Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going against Briella Browning over here at Budweiser Lane. Briella with a 9 flat dial in. this is your semifinal round here with the 10 to 12-year-olds. Okay, we're going to clean green lane start. 35,000 separates the two at the starting line. And here we go, the strike. It's going to be Sierra Hayden here with the line here. She goes 898 or 895 dial in as Briella goes out with a 908 on her 9 flat dial in. Ryder Horse coming up next. He's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in Evansville, Florida. And he'll run up against Wyatt James Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 921 is going to be the dial in for him. Okay, we're going to clean green light start in both lanes. And green light's going to come on for Hicks on a double breakout. He went 915 on a 21 dial in. Horse goes 912 on a 921. So Hicks moving on into the next round, into the finals. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe this isn't the semifinal. Looks like there's a few more there than I thought there was. Tanner Botany coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Oh, these are time runs, okay. Never mind, that was the semifinals then. So Botany over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Connie Moxley's going to be over there in Budweiser lane. Okay, so Moxley got there first with a 903. 9 flat for Tanner Botany. our Super Pro bikes, final round. And it's going to be Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 559 is going to be his dial in, going up against Kevin Canby over there at Budweiser Lane. He's got a 530 dial in. Alright, we got a clean green line starting both lanes here. We go to the stripe, and it's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win line here, dead off with a 4 with a 14 reaction time, put an 18th out back together. Canby breaks out with a 527 on his 530. Alright, here we go back into Pro Eliminator. We got Bill Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 604 the dial in on the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Mark Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 the dial in for the Camaro for Pangillion. Red line start there by Bill Green is going to get Mark Pangillion the automatic win light. Mark goes through with a 666 on his 667. Green goes 601 on a 604. Paul Allen coming up next. 693 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He'll be going up against Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 747 the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. All right, attention in the pits on these Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2. Lion Brand Trailer Sales Super Pro, these on lanes 1 and 2. Okay, win light's going to come off for Kevin Roberts, 750 on the 747 is Paul Allen breaks out by 5 thousandths. That's going to bring up Dan Warren next in this S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 643 dialed in. He'll go up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane, 585 is his dial in. Red light start there by Dan Warren is going to give Travis Marchand the automatic win. And Travis goes through the 595 with his 585 dial in. All right, Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to dial 999 on the Chevy pickup truck. Here one up against Robbie Hodgson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 612 dialed in. All right, 19,000 difference at the starting line. And Hodgson's going to get the win right here, 648 on a 612 dial in. As DeLeon goes out on the 1083 on his 999 dial in. All right, here's our pro bike final. We got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 919 is going to be his dial in. Going against Roy Johnson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1147 the dial in for Johnson. He's out of Keystone Heights. All right, these sportsmen back to the lanes, please. Sportsmen, need you back to the lanes. And the win light's going to come on for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 949 on that 919 dial in. As Roy Johnson slowed to a 1331 on his 1147. All right, here we go back into Super Pro. And we got Chad Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 670 is going to be the dial in for the Mazda pickup truck. He's out of Middleburg. Up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 744 is going to be the dial in for Brandon. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. All right, looks like we got about a 24,000 difference in the starting line. 14,000 difference in the starting line. It's going to be Chad Kennedy getting the win line here. 672 on a 670 dial in. As Brandon Williams goes out with a 746 on his 744. Barry Rowell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 583 is going to be a dial in for the big out of Mayhunta, Georgia. Going up against Nick Parkins over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Wildwood. 623 is going to be his dial in. Okay. Win line's going to come on for Nick Parkins. He was perfect on the reaction time. Round was 007. Parkins went 622 with a 6 on a 23 dial in. He's out by 4 thousandths. Parkins and Rowell's out by 5 thousandths. Paul Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 692 is his dial in. Going against Ari Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 463 is the dial in for Kelly. Okay, we have a clean green line starting both lanes. 16,000 separates the two of the starting line. It's going to be Ari Kelly getting the win line here as he goes dead on 7 with a 22 reaction time. And Paul Allen goes out with a 694 on his 692. double entered, and he's still in it. So we got to wait on him to come back around so he can make his second entry run. Sportsman, let's get you guys back in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, get you back in lanes 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator, get them cooled, fueled. Let's get those back in the lanes as well. All right, attention to pits. Ari Kelly, need you in the lanes, buddy. Ari Kelly, need you back in the lanes, please. Pro here. Ari Kelly now up here with his second entry. He's got a 494 dialed in. Going up against Mike Bryson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 665 dialed in. Green line start, 9,000 separation to the starting line at the stripe. Ari Kelly's going to get the win light. He breaks out by 1 thou, but then Ryzen also broke out by a thou, but there was 7,000 difference at the starting line. And the buy run coming up here for Jim Shaw. He's got a 464 dialed in. All right, Pro Eliminator, Dickie Bank lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. All right, so this is the semifinal round here of Sportsman. And we're going to have Brett Penniman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1283 is going to be the dial in for the GTO out of Jacksonville. Here we go up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1248 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reading, Florida. clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. Your red light's going to come on down there for Brett Benjamin. He goes 1289 on his 1283 dial in. This is how he just breaks out with a 1241 on his 1248. That'll bring up your next pair as we're going to hit. Derek Putnam is going to be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Bob Hodgson will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so Derek Putnam over here on the Lucas Oil lane's got 1162 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird, going against Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in. Red line start for Hoxton's going to give Putnam the automatic win. And there goes through the 1203 on that 1162. Hoxton went 1105 on his 11 flat. Here we go. This is our final round for the 10 to 12 year olds, and we've got Sierra 8 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be her dial in, going against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 913 is his dial in. Okay, looks like we got about 27,000 difference in the starting line. Win light comes on for Wyatt Hicks. He goes 914 on 913 dial-in. Sierra goes 899 on her 895 dial-in. Sierra was 130 on the tree. Hicks was .103. So congratulations there, Wyatt, for picking up the win here this evening. And we got a couple of test passes coming up here next. This looks like this is going to be the bragging rights around the Holdaway house. Looks like we got Brinley over there in the Lucas Oil lane and Caden over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Caden goes through with an 892 at 71, and Ronnie's going to go 1223 at 51. All right, the Pro Eliminator and Sportsman. Back to the lanes, please. Super Pro. Y'all can start making your way back into the lanes as well. Let's cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes. right, he's Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, he's in the lanes. Come on down. And Derek Button, I need you to the lanes, please. Derek, need you to the lanes. All right, here we are back in Pro Eliminator. We got Mark and Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 666 going to be the dial-in. Here we going against Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 747 the dial-in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. And red line started there for Kevin Roberts. He's going to get Mark the automatic win. And Mark is doing the 663 on his 666 dial-in. That's going to bring up Travis Marchand next. 585 is going to be the dial-in for the 69 Camaro out of Keystone Heights. He'll go up against Robbie Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. 612 the dial-in for the pickup truck out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green line start at 8,000 separation. It looks like Travis touched the center line, so the automatic win would go to Hoxton. It looks like he's going to pick up the win anyway. 615 on a 612. in the pits. Derek Putnam, need you in the staging lanes. Derek Putnam, you're needed in the staging lanes. Also looking for our last of our Super Pro dragsters to the lanes, please. All right, I got a test hit here coming up for Tanner Mockney. Also looking for pro and super pro and into the lanes. Sportsmen, need you in the lanes. Need all those cars that are still in it. Need you in the lanes. Come on down.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Here we go with our sportsman final round. We're going to have Derek Putnam over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 1162 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird. Went up against Brett Benjamin out of Jacksonville. He's got a 1289 dialed in on his Pontiac GTO. Okay. One of them's pretty decent, the other one's a little bit late. Let's see how this works out down on the top end. And both of them are on the brakes, and it's going to be Brett Benjamin getting the win light here as he goes 1292 on his 1289 dial in. Putnam runs dead on 7. It cannot get the win light to come on in his lane. As Benjamin was 057 to Putnam's 131. Here we are into Super Pro. And it looks like the buy run's going to come out first. This is Nick Parkins out of Wildwood. 622 is going to be the dial in for the 82 Camaro. And Parkin goes through with a 623 on his 622 dial in. That's going to bring up Chad Kennedy next. 670 is going to be the dial in for the Mazda pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Jim Shaw over here in Budweiser Lane. 464 is going to be the dial in for the Dragster out of St. John's, Florida. All right, we got a 13,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Jim Shaw getting the win line here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 3. Chad breaks out by a ton. Chad ain't going to like it. He just threw away a perfect reaction time.
Hey, if you missed our podcast on Thursday night, you can go back to watch it either on YouTube or our Facebook page. We had Michelle Maynor on, and we were talking about the beautiful drag strip they have up in Alaska. Just look how beautiful that is. Just totally breathtaking to be able to go to a track that has that type of view. Is just unreal. Just go ahead and give you a heads up. This Thursday night coming up, looks like we're going to have Lake Speed Jr. That's correct, Lake Speed Jr. His father raced in NASCAR. We'll make sure that we get all the information posted on the page by Monday. And then we'll be talking about the Southeastern Super Stock Association on the 16th. And the following Thursday, we will have Kenny Delco joining us. That's right, Pro Stock driver Kenny Delco. He's made some great strides so far this year, being able to qualify into the field. I don't know if he got into the field up in Charlotte, but he has made every other race. So I'll tell you what, we're going to take a look real quick. Since I do have the results in front of me. And unfortunately, Kenny Delco did not make it in at the Ford Wides at Charlotte. But nevertheless, we'll have him on that Thursday. We want to thank everyone for joining on the Spot Motorsports Media today, watching all the racing action from Gainesville Raceway. Sorry I wasn't able to drop in the lower thirds of the classes that were going on. I was actually in the fight myself, going some rounds. And we're going to be back at it here tomorrow. So don't forget to join in. Also, if you're watching this on Facebook and you got a nice television set, that's a smart TV, you know you can go to YouTube, just put in On the Spot Motorsports Media. Don't forget to subscribe, and you can watch it on your big screen.
All right, here we are in our semifinals of Super Pro. We're going to have Jim Shaw over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Course 64 is going to be the dial-in for the Dragster out of St. John's. He's running against Nick Parkins over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. He's got a 623 dialed in on the 82 Camaro. Okay, we're away clean and green. Looks like we got 16,000 difference in the starting line. And it's going to be Nick Parkins getting the win line here, dead on with an 8. With an 0:21 reaction time. Jim Shaw was 0:05, went 466 on that 464 dial in. So by 38/10,000ths of a second, Nick Parkins picks up the win. And it looks like Ari Kelly's just going to step up there, take the tree, and back up, and get ready to face off against Nick Parkins in the finals.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
$60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.